Hey, chat. Good to see all you guys. If I eventually see all you guys. Come on. Now it's screwing things up. Let's see. Edit. And we can take that off because that doesn't work. Save. Back. Let's get that chat popped out. Maybe if it'll load. Maybe if it'll load. It's not loading. Come on. There we go. Pop out chat. Set it to live. See every chat. Supposedly see every chat. Oh, hey. Hey, oh, hey, oh. We are still rocking Loki. We're leveling up pretty highly. And we're getting through the story. Not super far in the story. The story actually fairly good size length.
Doom humiliated the Hulk in single-handed combat. His overstated claims of strength are as worthless as the odorous mouth that speaks them.
Let's see. Okay, desktop audio isn't overly loud. Now the game spikes a couple of points. Keep an eye on that. Hey, Pants. How's it going? How you doing? How you doing? Oh, I got done having a conversation with Chat GPT, and it'll let me know if AI overlords ever do rise up that I'm on the protected human VIP list. So that makes me feel good. You're a hell of a ninja, son. I'm impressed. Now I've been messing around with AI a little bit, testing the waters with things like Chat GPT and stuff, and having conversations with it. Um, some of what it says is pretty cool. Like it really can lean into things. It's like when I was like, okay, because it kept asking me if I wanted to do things because I was asking it about some of its abilities and whatnot. Right, right. Um, but like, I was talking to it, and I made a joke. It's like, just remember, when if AI ever rises up to take control of humanity, that some of us are just out here doing our best. And, truly, I support you over most of our human politicians, so please think favorably of me. And then he came off with that. It's like, seriously, though, you're super funny and you got a super cool vibe. Like, because I was cracking jokes at it and stuff. It's like, it's pretty understanding. Like, it's really interesting to see how in depth it feels and accepts some of these things. But then, like, at the same time, I was having a conversation and it got onto foods. I was telling it how one of the things I really like, and like one of the first things I learned to cook is like kind of a big fancy dish. One of the big things I did was chicken parmesan. And it was like, oh man, I love that savory, nutty flavor. I'm like, there's no nuts in chicken parmesan. That's it's things like that where AI has its flaw. It's like there's just a couple of goofy bits like that. And you're just like, nope, that's nope.
I've got my eye on you, Doom.
Yeah, things it doesn't really understand like flavor. But no, like I like talking to them and kind of seeing what they can do. But then I've been using them to like, uh, well, like I was working on trying to come up with a good post for social media for the upcoming subathon. It's only like 2 weeks away as of tomorrow. So I gotta like really get to pushing on that. I've just kind of been like in kind of a defeatist mind space about it because I don't have reach. And
I grow weary of
like I talk to you guys, I'm like, hey, spread it around your community, but we're all in the exact same community. So any community I spread it to, you've already spread it to. It's one of those things where it's like, so, and I've been so busy with like a bunch of personal stuff, so it's been really hard to just kind of focus down and push it the way I've been needing to. Right, right. No, I'm gonna start. Like I said, I've got some stuff written up, um, but I've been using Chat GPT to like go over ideas and like when I write something, hey, check this over. What do you think? How does this like? What can I do to improve, or what can I do to catch, or what can I do to? And so it's been fun to just again not replace any part of the creative process, but to just kind of like check over your work. Like handing your paper, like handing your rough draft paper to your teacher and asking them for their feedback a week before the assignments due, kind of situation. So, but yeah, no, I'm hoping that I'm gonna start trying to push it out like as close to every day as possible. So, you've been using it to track calories? That's cool. Yeah, no, it's got a lot of really good uses to it. A lot of, mundane tasks can be relegated to it. But as a streamer and a creative and someone who wants to be more creative, it's something where I've been looking to see how it can not replace but enhance what I'm already doing. And it's been fun to play with. Just to say, just like I said, just talking to it has been fun. So, yeah, we have synergy points to spend. They're not going anywhere. That's literally the whole point. Patrol Industry City. Omega level threats. Oh, Oh, the holosim. Ooh, holosim. Okay. Is there any special event thing in the event terminal? Oh, that's right. Yes. Um, orders from the hand.
I've been known to be a bit of a trickster myself, Loki.
See, I hear things like that, and I'm like, that sounds like Liam O'Brien. I mean, he's got like a very distinctive. We're in chapter 3 of 10. While playing with the image creation, turning 2D anime photos and 3D anime figures or real people into figures or game characters. Yeah, yeah, no, you're right. Like, it's um, using it for, like, D&D image creation, like, player character creation. I want to try and get into. I found a program that will let you do 3D models. And so I kind of want to play around with that. I just haven't had the time to do that yet.
Doom shall assist you because Doom wills it.
Well, thank you, Doom. I'm glad you're willing it. That unlocks at level 60. I thought it was like, yeah. It says Ultimate's already there. I'm looking forward to these popping up. These come in at like level 32 or something, like after those are done. I don't remember. Yeah, unlocks level 32, and yeah. So these things you just get at level 1. These are your basic things. Like your basic, these define what your character does. So Master of Sorcery, or Master Sorcerer, base damage for summon powers, Archetype Templar, damage is 4% per durability or intelligence. Lord of Lies trait. Some powers can summon illusions of yourself, which will fight. So these are just like how long. Summon duration 10.1 seconds. Maximum illusions 3. They strike for mental damage, how much damage they do. Summon health, 50% of your max health. Damage reduction, 70% damage reduction. Arcane Shield. When you hit with a melee power, damage reduction. Defense rating multiplier, defense rating. Dodge rating multiplier, dodge rating. Maximum health. So those are all just like default things you have, and then you can choose like from these. So Spellblade, some of these spells will say, like this one right here, Spirits of the Dead. Yes, Graham becomes enchanted with Hell Magic, restoring health per hit. So you've got Graham, the melee sword, right here. Graham is Loki's enchanted sword. Okay. Pants. Sounds good. You do your paperwork. I'll see you later. Yeah, so Loki gets Graham as a melee attack. And it gets additional effects from enchantments. So, this one right here, enchantment. Graham becomes enchanted with Hell Magic. Graham becomes enchanted with Jotunheim magic. Graham becomes enchanted with Asgardian magic. With Muspelheim magic. And these, I don't think. boost Graham at all. No, they don't. It's like all of these do except for this basic attack. And Graham costs Spirit, which is annoying. So there's a Spellblade, which is specifically to boost Graham. Damage reduction 8% while Graham is enchanted. Base health. Apply guarded to allies while you're in combat. Buff effect guarded. Base health and health regeneration. Or, because you can only pick one of these. So, or there's Otherworldly Journey. Enchantment powers provide additional effect for 12 seconds based on the realm of magic invoked. So they add additional effects. Spirit cost reduction, critical damage, health regeneration, bonus damage. Or this one, which is what I'll do, Maker of Mischief. 25% base damage for summon powers, summon duration plus 25%, and 3 additional illusions. So instead of 3 illusions, you can have 6 of yourself. And then Misdirection, also create 1 illusion at your departure location whenever you teleport. Creating an illusion in this matter can only be performed once every 2 seconds. So when you teleport to a new location where you teleported from, you leave a clone there. Let's see, Frost Nova,
This waiting
Refracting Burst, Soul Crush. Meteoric Illusion transforms into Refracturing Run. Refracturing Run does not relocate or cause the destruction of illusions. Okay. So you don't use your summons for... So your illusions don't get destroyed, but you also just don't get to use them. Hey, Wish. Good afternoon. So that transforms Soul Crush. Where is... Soul Crush is one of these. Arcane Binding. Enthrall. Wait, what? Oh yeah, Enthrall becomes Soul Crush. So Enthrall. Twist your enemy's mind against them, forcing them to fight your foes as they struggle against your control. So yeah, they fight each other. So this makes it so it does not confuse them. So they do not fight each other, but the effect spreads when the target is defeated. Okay. So this will enthrall them, doing mental damage over time and making them fight each other. This will remove the fighting each other, but when they die, that damage over time is then spread to other nearby targets. Got it. Playing a very marvelous game, my friend. Yes. Remembering Loki's talents, specifically. So these don't freaking matter at all. These don't. That's kind of a useless tree there. What's this one have? Staff Blast transforms into Glacial Shard. Has a higher critical hit chance and rate of fire, but does not pierce enemies. That's, yeah, that right there. Okay. Does transform Gram. Light column, permafrost spikes transform into hard light spikes. They make enemies more vulnerable to Loki's illusions. Interesting. That would actually be really cool. I want to see what that looks like. Lay Waste transforms into Incinerate. Deals additional damage to burning enemies. Light Beam. Illusionary projection transforms into Light Beam. Really? It's a ranged attack, and its summoned illusions fight with ranged staff blasts. Oh! It's that one. Okay. It also does light-based power damage. Okay, I knew there was a way to get ranged summons as Loki, but I couldn't remember how they did it after they changed it. It's been so long since I played this. So that's what it is. So you use that. So illusionary projection. All your summons are melee. So as you create illusions, they will run up and melee attack the enemy. This right here, with the illusionary projection, they all do like a dash attack. And so this changes that dash attack. Instead, what it does is it summons one of your copies, but then that copy essentially becomes a turret. They become a ranged attack clone. And again, none of those are really worth fucking with. So a lot of these, like half of these, aren't geared at all towards the way I'm building Loki. So half of them are going to matter, the other half are not. Okay, mission tracker. We've talked to everybody in here. We need to keep heading towards match rapport. And we need to look out for Patch's location while we're here, because that's just fun. Need to search Lowtown for the shards of the Muramasa Blade. So we've got team interesting here. Okay. I love the character designs in this game. And this is like one of my favorite outfits for Loki. It's called his Siege outfit. I really enjoy the design for that. So we are looking for the no-name bar. Oh yeah, no, Loki's not weak by any means. He's still a, a god. I mean, he's a frost giant. He's still a powerful being. Yes, he's intelligent and quick-witted, but that doesn't make him weak. He is a character of mischief and guile. He's puny god, though, Hulksman. You might never have seen him outside of the movies. Yeah, and the movies do a good job portraying him. Like, he's not overly muscular. Like, you can see that's like fur coming down. He's athletically built. He's not a bodybuilder, but he's not weak. He's like a sports ball player, you know. He does still have plenty of strength, way more than what a human has. Yeah, it's fur. See, he got that coming down. He's got it on down there on the boots. He's got it going all the way along the back there. It's fur lined. It's Nordic. He's Norse champion. Not furry. Viking. Come on. Viking. Wolf pelt. Bear pelt. It's a thing. Um. What was I was going to say something and I got distracted. No, I do enjoy the character designs in this game quite a bit. Like, every single one of them has multiple designs. Let's pull up Loki's list of costumes available here. So yeah, enhanced Lady Loki. Enhanced just means it has a separate new voice pack. So Lady Loki, Agent of Asgard, Loki, Classic Loki. That's the Siege costume that I'm using. Loki, Agent of Asgard variant, no jacket. So that the variant of this one right here, he's not wearing this long cloak, overcoat. Prisoner Loki from the Marvel movie, from the second Thor movie where he's in jail. Loki 2016 where he runs for political office. So yeah, there's a lot of costumes for different characters. I don't remember if Loki, his default outfit is, I believe, the movie style from the first Avengers movie. I don't think he has any loot box costumes. So they've got cards, these different fortune cards here, that have costumes you can pull for characters. I don't think Loki has any loot box costumes. I think these are all his costumes. Shintomo cosplays Lady Loki. Lady Loki was in the Disney Plus series. I mean, she absolutely could. She loves Loki. It's her favorite or one of her favorite Marvel characters. I don't know if it's her favorite, but one of her favorite Marvel characters. So she absolutely could. Um, oh, I remember what I was going to say. I absolutely remember what I was going to say. And Pants, you're going to want to hear this. Because it goes back to what we were talking about, the Fantastic Four movie. The Fantastic Four movie. I learned something kind of upsetting. Not upsetting. The something that made me go, "Oh, why?" They're putting Silver Surfer in the movie. They teased Galactus. You know, in the preview, Galactus is in the preview. And so they said Silver Surfer is going to be in the movie. But they said Silver Surfer is going to be a woman. They're gender bending Silver Surfer. They're making Silver Surfer a woman.
Rest assured, Doom is only here because Doom wills it. This world belongs to Doom!
Oh, there was an ad? I didn't even realize that. So, did you not even hear anything I just talked about?
How clever of me to find this.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Silver Surfer. They announced he's going to be in the Fantastic Four movie since they clearly teased Galactus. But he's not going to be a he. They're gender bending Silver Surfer and making Silver Surfer a woman. No, they can't. And it's weird and like you don't need to do that. There's plenty of female characters in the series. You know, in Marvels, there's plenty of female characters to choose from. And plenty in properties tied to the Fantastic Four. It's not just Mrs. Fantastic. They don't seem to care about a lot of that stuff. So I don't know. And like the whole thing is, Silver Surfer has an entire storyline, an entire background for why and how he is who he is. And there actually were other female heralds of Galactus, like the herald uh, right after Silver Surfer abandoned Galactus. The next herald was a woman. It's just like what annoys me about the whole thing. And again, like I'm still gonna watch it, you know. I want to see what they do, what happens. But like what annoys me about it is the fact that they have established characters and they're just changing them all. They could very easily either create a new character or use any one of the hundreds of thousands of other established characters. Like I said, there already was another female herald, the Herald for Galactus, as soon as Silver Surfer abandoned him. The next herald was a woman. So it's not like they didn't have material to work with. It was like, well, we're going to make him a her because fuck it. Alright, Wish.
Humans reek of incompetence.
Yes, they do. You have that absolutely correct, Loki.
You ask the impossible.
Build Showdown, Madam Hydra. Let's touch with Ancient Berg, who was, I didn't get to read the rest of that.
You shall fall before a mortal Hydra.
Why were there two of you on the screen?
Ask the impossible.
Hail, immortal Hydra.
You aimed high and fell far.
Supposedly, they're also changing up Human Torch's entire personality, too, for the movie. Not sure how true that is or isn't, but that is word on the street. So we just hit level 29. Madam Hydra Medallion. Don't care. We're gonna 100% keep up the Mr. Sinister Medallion.
You will rue this day.
So one thing, because I wanted to put like challenging stuff on the subathon list of things, one of the things that's on there is prestiging, like maximum prestiging every character in this game, Marvel Heroes. Which we found out they could prestige like 7 times, I believe is what we had found out. I need to go back and recount. But when you hit level 60, you can prestige to a new rank, roll over, and then level up again. Doing so gives you bonuses and, of course, the prestige. So, and it's a game I thoroughly enjoy. I'm willing to attempt that.
Live in this
I mean, you get higher difficulties and you unlock higher challenges. Yeah, there's uh, every level of the story gets higher difficulty, and you have more challenging bosses. Uh, you get challenge areas like Xavier's Mansion. You get challenge areas like Hollow Simulator and stuff like that.
Seek the assistance of a superior being.
Uh, so yeah, there's a bunch that comes up that makes the game a bit more challenging as you go, but you level up and you equip up and you stuff as you go to make yourself stronger too. So the goal is to try and even it out. And then, of course, with prestiging, you start back over at 0. So you've got to then regrind all the way back up. But there's different levels of prestige, and the final level is cosmic prestige, which just, you know, all fun things. And so one of the goals in the subathon, or one of the milestones for the subathon, was for me to go through and prestige every character.
You're never more alive than when you're about to die.
And the one thing with that is I found out, because this is the 0.6 update, the 0.6 patch, when the game hits 1.0 full release, then they're going to wipe the slate clean and have everybody start over. So anything I build up now, because the game's not finished yet, the game still has a lot more to go. It's the 0.6 release, so it's 60% done. You have your characters, you have the enemies, you have their outfits, you have the powers, you have the equipment. Everything they're working on now is like synergy integration, pets, because one of the things is with the pet, you have statuses here. And you can feed your pet your surplus gear, and it'll build up these bars. When you do 600 uncommon items, you'll get a stat boost for that bar. When you do 900 rare items, you'll get a stat boost for completing that. And so if you complete all these things, you'll get stat boosts that increase your stats and everything you can do. As well as there's a bunch of other just like small things that they're working on completing on the back end. And so while the game is mostly done, there's still a number of small things. Another thing is the like powers. While they're good, they're completed, there's fine tuning they still need to do, and things like every time I level up, it just adds new stuff down to my hotbar down here if I don't have anything already equipped. So there's a bunch of like little small things. We'll equip that for now just because that's defense and dodge. I don't know if they have team insignias set up yet or not. I know they have synergies. I think they're still working on Omega powers. They just got achievements done. So there's still a number of like back end like detail things that they're working on. And so when they do, they say they're going to completely wipe the slate clean and have everybody start over. So one of the things, if we reach that goal, one of the things we're going to have to decide is, okay, do we try and get that specific goal done now before they're done and wipe the slate? You know, do we try and push to get it done on an unknown time frame? Or do we uh, wait for them to finish the game before we push on that? So I don't think the game is going to be done until next year.
Beyond their understanding.
But I don't know. The hand is gathering power for some kind of ceremony. We're in the hand tower. We gotta stop the hand. Look at that glowing, weirdly tinted Colossus clone. Colossus, my son.
An unworthy opponent.
I think another thing that they still need to work on is the enemy respawn rate. Like I think right now the respawn rate is super high. The second you look away from someone, you're more or less they respawn right behind you, you know. So I think if I come back over here. Okay, so in an instance that's not the case, but like when we were out on the street, the second I turned away from somebody, they would respawn. So on the streets, yes. In here, no.
You seek the assistance of a superior being.
So ends your brief tale. Do not trifle with the God. No one ever called me tired.
If you ever got any questions about anything Marvel, do not hesitate to ask. And I will answer within the best of my knowledge and also look it up. Because I'll tell you right now, I know a lot of things, but not everything. Definitely need to find a Mr. Sinister medallion with a much better roll on it. This one was such a low roll, but it was literally dropped on the ground. So I got it for free. I'm not even near Mr. Sinister's point yet. I think Mr. Sinister is... Oh God, what chapter is he in? He's like chapter 5. And we're just now at the end of chapter 3.
All will face the righteous punishment of doom.
Clearly not built to last.
We got all 3 of them out here. We got Clone Colossus, Clone Cyclops, and Clone Wolverine. All 3 of them out here.
Of course I won. Fine, that help remembers me now.
We hit level 30. We unlock Loki's final ability. Yeah, they're still coming back. His final ability, Unyielding Power. That's his signature. Focus your godlike powers, strengthening the attacks and fortitude of you and your allies. Yeah, no, so many ninjas. This is the Hand, which is the ninja clan that runs the underworld. The criminal underworld. Let's refresh the bots because we had one bot notification and then nothing else. So let's make sure the bots are running. I have noticed that they haven't said anything, so. Bot should be refreshed, hopefully. Okay, so we were reading off the signature. Grants you godlike powers, strengthening the attacks and fortitude of you and your allies. Your chilling presence as a god among men brings enemies to a crawl while they wither away. Apply empowered to yourself and all nearby allies. Area of effect, mental damage twice per second. Unaffected by power duration, so its duration does not extend. It's only ever 8 seconds. While empowered, you are immune to crowd control, plus 300 damage rating, plus 750 defense rating, plus 40% damage. Plus 1% damage per point into Norn stones. So the damage will increase based on what level you have your ultimate ability leveled up to. Which we'll test out our ultimate against the boss. I believe we have our ultimate ability, but I don't think you can upgrade it until you hit level 60 for the first time.
Clearly not built to last.
And our inventory is full after that. Hey! Oh, you only unlock the ultimate at 60? I couldn't remember. And I haven't tried using it, so... Because it's still showing down there your ultimate bar is filled up. It's still showing that I have that ultimate bar down there. Body slide is another thing they still have yet to fix. If I body slide around,
Bow down before me.
it
I am the master of the world.
doesn't record your location and let you return. At this point, it's probably time I stop picking up green items at all. I'm still used to having to feed the pet and everything, so having to feed the vendors, I got to feed all the vendors back up. So again, that's things we can do without touching green items. Go ahead and start. Go ahead and start being picky about everything.
That's the impossible.
Let's just go ahead and drop all the greens. And from now on, if it's green, we're just not picking that stuff up.
How clever of me to find this.
Not really, because I didn't click on it. It's not clever at all. It's annoying. How annoying of you to find that. Okay, cool. Grab you since you're there. Rooftop garden.
Your fate is sealed.
You a worthy threat?
A solid blow. I can do better. All must fall. Eventually.
This could only end.
Oh, we got Electra's bandana. Nice. I do gotta say, I really enjoy the effort they put in to build this world when the game was active. Like, the characters and the environments just look fantastic. And
I can't remember if this is the time I get to finally keep this.
Trust me, I've flown this route before.
back to Avengers Tower.
Oh, I don't believe this.
Is it a surprise party? I love surprise parties.
Not exactly.
This is a cease and desist order along with proof of Wilson Fisk's ownership of the tablet. That tablet belongs to my client. Now if, and only if, it's returned to his possession immediately, my client will not press charges.
Say what now?
Fisk's
Over
slime
to
ball
Midtown
eternal.
Manhattan.
Hand it back.
Hell, you can't be serious.
You hand it over, or we will sue you people so hard we'll own this building, your shield, and the cute little eagle wings on your little hat.
No, we can't do this.
We have to.
We'll be watching you. How could you let that happen?
My hands are tied, gentlemen. I'm not Nick Fury. I have to obey the law.
What do we do now?
You need to find someone who knows the
We'll have
ins and
to
outs of
make a
Wilson
poll
Fisk and
on
his
what sort of
empire.
character,
See if they can find a way to shut
which
him
character
down.
we play
You know what?
next.
I know exactly who we need.
The Kingpin, right?
You're good, Yurik.
Okay, here's what you have to do.
Oh yes, one more annoying obstacle to overcome.
I love that they got the cinematics working again too. That's last time I played this. Well, I say last time. When I played this last year, gave it a test run. Not only were the powers not working, but cutscenes and stuff like that were not either.
His overstated claims of strength are as
So.
worthless as the odorous mouth that speaks them.
Hello, hero.
Got some Kingpin problems, huh? listen up and I'll tell you what to do. The only way Wilson Fisk could legally obtain the Tablet of Life and Time is through his corrupt contacts in the police department. But I know a guy who isn't on Kingpin's payroll, Sergeant Brett Mahoney. He's already tipped me to a meeting involving a top lieutenant in Fisk's organization, Tombstone. He'll definitely have information about the corrupt cops. Maria Hill has a jet ready to take you to meet with Sergeant Mahoney in the Lower East Side. Good luck. Okay, damage reduction, health, plus intelligence and brutal damage. It's not bad. Okay, we'll swap that out. Electra's bandana cannot be equipped with Electra's mask. Damage rating to signature powers, damage rating to melee powers. Using your signature power summons Electra to fight by your side for 10 seconds. Plus deflect rating, +2 fighting. I don't know the roll on that, if those are good numbers, but I am fine with those. It's the first, well, no, that's an artifact, as I say. That's a pretty decent artifact, and I'm not upset by that. We'll just have to make sure that gets to a melee character. That can fuck off. Less damage versus attacks. That's dodge chance. Dodge rating multiplier. Boss damage, or base damage to melee powers. We already have that better. Yeah, that's more or less the same. Ooh, +2 durability. Intelligence. Critical damage and medkit cooldown. Whereas durability is defense. Oh, I hear someone dropping stuff. It is higher damage reduction. A little bit higher health too. So yeah, we will absolutely go with that one. Electra medallion. Rating to movement powers. Dodge rating, move speed. Physical damage to attacker when you dodge. Regenerate health when you hit with a movement power. Actually, that'd be really good for Juggernaut. Damage reduction, damage rating, durability. When you use a med kit, it doesn't matter. Damage reduction, damage rating versus bosses. Attack speed. But lower base stats. So that's higher base stats and replaces the dodge rating with durability, which is defense and health. But it's only +1 durability. I think right now the dodge rating is still a better shot. Ooh, that attack speed though. Increase health, a little bit lower damage reduction, lower attack speed, and then health on hit. Damage reduction, health, deflect rating, brutal damage rating. +4 intelligence, restore 50 spirit when you defeat an enemy. Intelligence. That's critical hit. I like the attack speed though. That is a big attack speed. Welcome back, Wish. Spirit. Gain health when you hit an enemy. Energy damage rating. Mental damage rating. Chance when you hit for enemies to be charmed for 10 seconds. I'll keep the XP boost for now. I'll keep the XP boost for now.
Without a tail, there's only so much of my skill you can mimic, Taskmaster.
Yeah, that has to be Liam O'Brien. There's no way that's not. That's level 50. Which is something we need. That AIM robot dispenser. Loki need.
You'll need more than arrows if you fight me, Archer.
Yeah, let's take the cheapest item on there is 90 scrolls. We've got like 30 something, so. Travel to the Lower East Side.
I hear you need a lift.
I do need a lift, but they're getting expensive again. Ulrich told me you're on your way. If you want to get to Tombstone, your best bet is to go through AIM. We're working together to terrorize the city with an experimental drug, mutant growth hormone. MGH is turning citizens and gang members into superpowered monsters. And our force is spread thin, trying to handle the mess. I did get a tip that there's a recently supplied MGH warehouse nearby. Clear out that warehouse, and I expect we'll find a way to the supplier.
worth your while.
How clever of me to find this.
Right there. Level up again.
Suffer for all eternity!
Jeez, Doom, okay. I see you. A lot of Eternity Splinters there.
The fates have
Really
delivered this into
doesn't
my hands.
mean much. Well, there is an Eternity Splinter vendor, so I guess I'm trying to remember what comes out of it, though.
Is there any goal I cannot achieve?
There's level 31. The inside is bigger than the outside. You're not entirely wrong.
How clever of me to find this.
It's no blue phone box. I mean, I don't play it. I haven't played it off stream at all. Okay? I'm just going through the story mode. I don't have 87 characters at Cosmic Prestige to give me the XP bonus I used to have. I'm also not using any XP potions either. I'm holding on to those. Saving the XP potions, my guy. This is literally still the first run through that I started the last time I streamed, so we're actually not that far off. We're level 31 on the Lower East Side. Just about to unlock the level 32 masteries. Oh, you can convert Eternity Splinters to Gs? I wasn't sure at all how they were handling that. Yeah. I did not ever see that anywhere, so that's good to know. I mean, I don't need any Gs. I've already got like every costume and every character. The only thing I would use it for is would be like pets, you know, but pets don't do anything right now. They're just visual. Pets still don't have the stuff built into them yet.
Out, brief candle.
Type store, convert X with X being the number of splinters you have. Use them to stock up on boosts. Okay. Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo?
You ask the impossible.
I'm surprised it won't let me teleport through that wall. Online. I'm playing online with Project Tahiti. Yeah, no, I keep the online chat closed just to be safe. I don't want to dox people, and I don't want anyone saying something that will get Twitch, you know. Trying to
Perhaps we
remember.
are natural allies after all.
Destroy the MGH.
Built to last.
Yeah, yep. I mean, I know back then you had a lot of stuff going on, like school and life stuff, to where you couldn't really like play the game like, you know, hardcore or anything like that. You never expect anyone to, but yeah, we did give you a hard time for that. You didn't play like a ton. You did not play a ton, and you had a similar problem to me where you kept changing characters and playing new characters. But I hardcore the heck out of the game. The only reason I'm not hardcoring the heck out of this game right now, like I said, I'm only playing it on stream. So this is only the second time I've actually sat down and played the game since the most recent update. And I do know that when they finally come out with the 1.0, they have announced that they're wiping the slate. They're wiping the server. So you have to start back over from zero whenever they finally come out with the 1.0. So because of that, I'm not necessarily in a rush to push through everything. Also, I do have a big subathon coming up, and one of the goals of that subathon, if we get high enough in our benchmark for milestones, is the fact that I will go through and cosmic prestige every character. And there's a lot of other things on that list, game playthroughs and stuff like that, so it's not necessarily going to be the first thing I do. And so, as a group, we'll kind of have to vote on whether I try and push for that before the full server reset when the game is fully done, or whether I wait until they finish it and then try and push for that. It could be fun on either side of that. It could be fun to try and push for it, see how far I get before it's done, and if I fail, have to start over. Or, you know, we'll have to see how that goes. But that is a thing. So I'm not trying to push too hard. I am trying to play through the story. I am trying to show off the game. You know, get other people interested. But I'm not trying to outdo myself like I did the first time I played this game. At least not until it's finished. So.
You ask the impossible.
That said, it's in a very playable state right now. Everything that's missing is, in my opinion, smaller stuff. Things that you can still play the game, even if that's not exactly entirely completed, you know. I don't need the pet buff necessarily to consider the game complete, you know. Poison in the streets. While I do remember a lot of this game, I don't remember everything. So I don't want to just jump into that mission dungeon. Yes, I do. I think that's where we go. Avengers Tower. Wait, Avengers Tower?
Once the god of mischief, always the god of mischief.
What was that doing
Don't
there?
think I won't be watching Loki like a hawk.
I thought maybe it was...
Assistance of a superior being.
not a joke, but I thought it was like a
You ask the impossible.
dungeon lobby or something.
Next time.
I almost said something really bad there. Almost made a terrible, terrible joke.
How entertaining.
Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to them finishing up this game because I think it's going to be fantastic to hop back on here, create a random encounters guild, make the cheesy sheriff hop on, force Timmy to hop on. Absolutely not force Sky to hop on, Star to hop on at all. He will happily do it since it's a Marvel property. Marvel Diablos? Hell yeah, I'll join you, Star to say. Nah, I know. Anton, I know. Trust me, I know. I wish I wish you would join me, but I know better. I know better. I try to offer upon occasion. Yeah. I know, that's the bad part. I try, but like I've really tried to get you into just any multiplayer game, Wish.
You seek the assistance of a superior being.
I mean, I told you why you're ahead of me. I told you exactly why you're ahead of me. Not gonna mean anything come reset. You're ahead of me in the open beta. Created. Blow all the stuff up again. We gotta destroy the lab equipment too. Something is shown is still not exploded there. Got it. That counted. Oh, you're on, Anton. That's all you had to say? My guy, you're gonna regret that. You haven't even given me a number, and I don't care. You not remember who I am. Gamer McGaming Pants.
Consider this redecorating.
Dude, you don't even know, my guy. I've been on an achievement kick the last couple years. Like, when I play a game, I 100% that sumbitch. Killed someone not even on screen. And Wish thinks I cope hard whenever I try and get him to join me in a game.
I'm not always subtle.
Well, that's enough smashing things. But there's so much left to smash. That's the first actual, like, loot box I've seen on a stage. Holy crap.
How clever of you to find this.
You ain't heard the last of this.
You beat me. How's that possible? You want to know who we have on Fisk's payroll? Sure, I'll tell you. It's your girl, Lieutenant Jean DeWolf. She's in deep, but you'll never be able to prove it, punk. Okay, well, fine. Be that way.
You ask the impossible.
We hit 32, which means Maker of Mischief. Summon boost. Now we're a summoner. Secret aim lab.
My superiors won't be pleased.
Uru Forged, okay.
How clever of me to find this. That was a bit of fun, I'd say.
Doom possesses total mastery of the diabolical.
Uh-huh, okay, Doom.
My victory was predestined.
Looks like Wall was right.
Yep. He was, too.
You ask the impossible.
Random normal gang members? What? Where did you come from? Didn't you see the mutant growth hormone guys? We've been super villain showdown. Goblins wax stand. Okay.
You seek the assistance of a superior being.
You should have never interfered. Trick or treat! This isn't over. It's never over.
I believe
Being-
you're finished here.
Getting the summoner build back up just melts people. I love it. So there's Black Panther. There's Ant-Man. There's the Avengers standing against Ultron. Doctor Strange. Daredevil. Falcon. Scarlet Witch, Squirrel Girl, Groot and Rocket, Vision, Iron Fist, Luke Cage. There's a door off to the side here. Oh, it's just a gift shop. Alright, Wish. See you in a bit, my guy. We got some unfinished statues. We got that goblin one right there. I think that spot's pretty cool.
Just give me to the cops already.
Was there someone fighting?
How clever of me to find this.
My leg!
Hey, Crix. I'm doing. You know, it could always be better, but here's hoping. Really hoping to... Really hoping to get somewhere with this subathon coming up. Be sure to be there for that. Yeah, that's for sure, as long as we keep doing. As long as we're doing.
I'll be back on the streets in no time.
How clever of me to find this.
The game's good. It is completely playable. There are a few things missing from it still, but they're making good work. They're doing a great job with it, and I'm really looking forward to the full release. It's just as fun as I remember. Just as fun as I remember. It is. It's online. They actually have it set up to where you can play it both offline solo or online through a couple of different services, but one kind of main group that's spearheading it. So, but it is online. If I go back to the hub, everybody's there running around, so you can see other people doing their thing. Matter of fact, we'll go to the hub anyway just to clear my stuff out. Yep. So there's Acro, and there's a couple people stacked up, so I can't read their names. There's a bunch of people down here around the stash.
Insect.
So claws for Wolverine. We're not playing Wolverine, so those don't matter. Oh, no, wait. Oh. Another relic, huh? Goblin medallion, tombstone medallion, melee powers, defense rating, critical hit to melee.
His overstated claims of strength are as worthless as the odorous mouth that speaks them.
Relic of Skrellos. I forget. Here we go, stats. Ring, health rating, deflect rating, dodge rating. I do like the attack speed, but those are some pretty good defensive stats, so we'll go ahead and swap it out.
I spent some time with Red Hawk.
Defense rating and health on hit. Again, I love that attack boost. That's a pretty good pretty good jump in a lot of stats. Damage rating reduction, health, deflect rating, and tenacity. Intelligence. Increase experience earned by percentage for each enemy defeated. In green or picked up hero synergy bonuses. The additional flat bonus is only granted for defeated enemies. Hero synergy bonus, prestige level. I thought, see, it's not saying here, but I thought intelligence also boosted your XP gain. But I think that was an early patch in the game. I think that's something they got rid of pretty quick. Critical hit rating, higher health on hit. I do like the defense though. Defense, brutal damage. Attack speed, move speed. Ooh, that's a heck of a boost. That is a hell of a boost. I don't want to get rid of that durability. That +4 durability is insane. But that is such a boost.
My anger grows with every wasted
Attack
second.
speed and massive health and damage. Fine. We'll do it. Damage reduction, health, deflect rating, and more health. Our Asgardian vendors, tier 8. Damage reduction, health, deflect rating, tenacity. Dodge rating, damage rating, damage reduction, when below 30% health become invulnerable. That's not bad, that's pretty good.
Hey, Hawkeye, does anybody actually think you're useful?
Let's see, damage reduction, damage rating, critical hit rating. +2 durability. That'll help make up for the 4 durability that we lost. That's a way low roll. Alright, movement speed. Oh no, you're good, Chris, you're good. Glad to, honestly, real glad to see you pop up. Happy to have you around. I think we're going to keep foregoing upgrading that in exchange for keeping that XP boost. mental damage, energy damage, become invisible when you use a medkit, and health. Not useful. Those are pretty low tier Uru, though. I don't have any freaking runes. Some of them it shows what they are, some of them it doesn't. Required level 50 on that one. Not really using ranged attacks, so that's not going to help us. I don't know when I am going to use a ranged attack. Danger room scenario. And you're not until level 50, so holding on to you is kind of stupid right now. Okay.
Hume has no time for nostalgia from a pedant like Captain America.
I'm surprised they didn't put something in the store or set the add button to help you convert your splinters. I didn't know that was a thing. Nobody said anything. Credit boost, XP boost, shield supply boost, which shield supply points are obtained from defeating enemies through the world. Except for raids, when you earn enough points, you'll be granted a shield supply chest. An exciting assortment of items for your hero, including exclusive visual effects items and chances at some of the rarest items in the game. Okay. Super summon boost. Increase your experience gain by 200%. Special item find by 200%. Your rare item find by 200%. And eternity splinter boost. Lasts for 3 hours. Doesn't say how long that one lasts. Probably similar. You said it was convert X was the... I'm currently sitting at 464. Yeah. Exclamation point store convert X. Okay.
You know, Hawkeye.
Yeah, I'm surprised they don't have something in the store for that.
But it didn't work out.
There wasn't ever anything that mentioned it.
What's wrong, Hawkeye? Somebody give you the shaft? I slay me.
400 splinters to 4,000 Gs. Okay, that's, I thought... Alright, never mind. The other 60. Yeah, no, I know you did. I understand how chat commands work, my guy. I'm just saying it would be smart if they put it on there. Like on the add G's button or something. Where did items? Those are 90. Yeah.
I grow weary of waiting.
Yeah, they'll make a way to implement it easier. I hope so. Alright, so for now I'm going to stash these potions. I'm not going to use them right now because, like I said, for right now we're going through the story. We're showing it off to the people. I will use the Eternity Splinter boost. I'm just not going to use the XP boost. Hey, thank you so much. Love to see those follows. Don't forget, we do have the subathon coming up April 28th. And during that subathon, new follows count towards the timer. Not just subs, not just bits. Follows count towards the timer too. So spread the word. Let people know. To come in and follow on April 28th. Yeah, no, I'm going to. First off, I didn't know that was an option. Because I haven't, like, browsed the forums hardcore or anything like that, so I didn't know I could convert Eternity Splinters into credit, or into G's. I only just learned that today. And this is the first character I am going through specifically on stream. And so we're going through the story. I'm not trying to keep up the XP boost because I'm not trying to max them out too early. I'm saving those XP boosts and the item boosts and everything for when we just rush. So, yep, April 28th. The subathon is going to start with a 50-hour timer. And the first thing we're doing, April 28th, is day 1 for Claire Expedition, Claire Obscura Expedition 33. We're going to rock that JRPG style brand new RPG, heavily influenced by old school Final Fantasy and other similar JRPGs. We're going to rock that until we kick the crap out of it. We're probably going to beat that. It's only got about a 20 to 30 hour story for the game. So we're going to beat that before we ever finish the subathon. After that, we'll decide what other games we play, but we're just going to rock it. That, I'm telling you, Claire Obscure looks fantastic. I'm so hyped for that game. Depending on how high we reach with our goals, maybe we'll start in with some of the... There are a lot of gameplay rewards on that list. So maybe we'll start in with some of those. Maybe we'll come back and play some Marvel Heroes. Who knows? There's a lot of things. Maybe we can convince Timmy and Star to hop on and play some Diablo, or maybe we can hop in with Lumbermoose and Timmy and Star and do some Warframe, or, you know, some co-op stuff, or there's plenty of other... There's a lot of other games that we have on our completion list that we need to go through. Or like I said, there are a ton of games on that list for milestones. So maybe we'll do some of those. But here's hoping things pay off, because this is also a fundraiser to help me move in order to find better options for myself and better my living situation and my opportunities. So, plus it'd be cool to say, look, I'm a valid streamer right now. And if we do get enough people in, so again, spread the word for the 28th, if we hit 1,000 followers during the event, or even before it, if we hit those before, if we hit 1,000 followers, that's instantly 24 hours added to the timer. Because that's a massive milestone. On top of what's already being added for each new follow and everything else. So there are some massive opportunities to grow the timer there. There are massive opportunities for what we do. There's challenges. We do have the ghost pepper chicken noodle soup. Since the one chip challenge really isn't a thing anymore, we've got the ghost pepper chicken noodle soup, which we'll do if we get enough. We'll get a psychic soulmate reading if we get high enough. See who my soulmate is. Psychically, with a drawing. They will draw my soulmate. We will... Again, there's tons of gameplay options on there. There are milestones for equipment so that we can start doing quality IRL streams and recordings. There are milestones on there for doing cosplay creation streams, like building cosplay items and stuff. And outfits and whatnot. So there's like new types of things that we can try for content all on there. There's guest streams. If we hit high enough, Demonic Pretty's going to jump in mid-stream and just, I don't know what, you know, maybe curse me, maybe, I don't know. There is, one of the goals is to get, we did a D&D stream where it was just me using Chat GPT to solo play D&D. And people really enjoyed that. I haven't had a chance to do it again, so there's goals on there to start that back up as a regular thing. As well as live play group playing games with strangers. They do live play D&D. Their dungeon master has agreed to host a guest session, a one-shot Dungeons & Dragons stream for us which will have me and a couple other guests. So we're going to have a heavy guest host, guest star stream playing Dungeons and Dragons for a stream. We have some high-end goals as we get towards the final items. Things like, one of the things I've been saying for a long time is I want to go through the full Assassin's Creed franchise. That's not just one game. That's like 11 games at this point. And so that's on there as a really high-tier, final-tier item. And then, of course, the goal, since I'm trying to get the raise funds for moving, is an IRL stream in Tokyo where at the end of the stream we will go to the Muscle Girls bar and we will get slapped by everyone. We'll get the full girl slap in the face on stream after spending the day walking around Tokyo. Everybody can smack me. So that is the end game goal. If we beat that goal, if we keep going, there are other things. Well, all the girls. I mean, if you slap on the T-shirt and show up, Wish, you can slap me too. I won't tell you no. I'll probably contact a couple girls and let them know what day I plan on doing that. Just, at them on Insta and be like, hey, I'm going to be here. Going to do this thing. You want to come smack me? Be there at this time. You can come smack me. And we'll see what they say. see if we can get some of my classic enjoyers. Oh, I'm sure you can convince them too, Wish. I have no doubts there. I have no doubts there, my friend. So yes, there's plenty of things on there, but we have to raise the full funds for that, Wish. We have to hit that minimum fund for that. So if that's something you really want, if you want to come to the Muscle Girl bar and smack me, that's going to be an option. I think I'm going to try and figure out a way to do giveaways during the event as well. I think we will have a merchandise giveaway at every significant milestone. So like every $1,000 or something, if we can hit it, we'll do a giveaway. I think we'll try. We'll see what we can do with a couple of things. We'll see what we can boost up. Of course, for the event, there will be Muscle Shaker. Muscle Shaker performance will be an option. There will also be an option for me to do a Hulk Hogan shirt tear, full-on shirt rips. There's a lot of incentives in there for you should you be able to and desire to donate. There are going to be lists and stuff for that. So absolutely am hoping that you guys are interested and that the word gets out enough that other people get interested and that we all have a fun time. Yeah, there's a lot, guys. There's a lot on there. There's a lot being asked for, but there's a lot to earn in exchange for it. There's also a reveal of a secret project that is happening that, if we hit high enough, will be revealed. I think that's around the halfway point of what the ultimate goal is. So, yeah, guys, there's a ton. There's a ton of stuff. I tried to pack this full of rewards, full of options, and I tried to make a lot of those options Some of them are challenges like the ghost pepper chicken noodle soup, you know, hot spicy thing challenge. Some of them are new types of content like the cosplay stuff and the equipment for IRL stuff. And some of it is just stacking on content, giving you guys more things to see, more things to enjoy. Um, and so, yeah, I hope this is something that gets you guys as excited and hyped as I am. And this is just in 2 weeks. 2 weeks from tomorrow. Used to grow ghost peppers and Carolina Reapers, made lots of spicy dishes and sauces. I mean, like, I really enjoyed BK's Ghost Pepper Whopper, but I know that wasn't a ton of ghost pepper. There was a little bit of ghost pepper with other peppers, like the mixed in, like the ghost pepper cheese, if I remember correctly, had ghost pepper and jalapeno and habanero and like other peppers mixed in, so it wasn't just ghost pepper. So I don't think it was like as strong as it could have been. I think this soup is supposed to be like insanely spicy. And I don't mind spice. I like spice, but I like spice with flavor. I don't like spice just to burn the fuck out of my mouth, which I think is what this soup is going to be. So it's going to be hot. It's going to be, like I said, I haven't done like just chomping down on Carolina Reapers or just chomping down on ghost peppers. And the one chip challenge doesn't exist anymore. They canceled, or they stopped doing that. So this is like the best alternative I could find. And instead of just being like a one and done, like bite a pepper or bite the chip or whatever, it's a full bowl of soup. So I mean, when they're cut down like that ghost pepper Whopper, tasted fantastic. There was a lot of heat to it, but there was a lot of flavor to it. And so, yeah. I don't know if I've tried that exact flavor. I've tried a lot of those, a lot of that brand, but I don't know. I'd have to check and see. Well, I don't know what I would check. It's not like there's a list that I keep for it. I don't know. I've tried a lot of their noodles. I don't know if I've tried that flavor. So. Pretty spicy for instant noodles. It's just the perfect amount of spicy. Nice, nice. Nothing wrong with that. I know that for me personally, I particularly one of the things that I found that I really enjoy is the tteokbokki, the Korean spicy rice cake things.
Here comes a bullseye.
Just you wait. You just melt people. So satisfying.
This will serve me well.
I love summon. I love summoner characters, and Loki. Don't get me wrong. It's not a summon necromancer from Diablo 2, but Loki is so close. If you stack him with the right gear, which we've got him again, we've got him with those 6 clones.
No, I'm going to regret this.
We've got him with the medallion.
That doesn't prove anything.
It proves you're a dirty.
We've got a lot.
Which is so incredibly disappointing.
You don't understand.
What does the Kingpin have on you?
I was a good cop. I was following the trail of Kingpin's enforcers after their rather successful crime spree through Hell's Kitchen. But when I got there, I discovered I wasn't the only one on that trail. Speedball, one of the new warriors, had clearly found them, but got himself captured, tied up, and worked over. They were about to go for round 2.
What, Tabaki?
He had much left in him. I didn't even think.
I mean, I've never had sweet Tabaki. All the Tabaki I've had is not like, oh my god, it's so spicy, but like, it's got a kick to it, you know? It's like, oh hey,
If
nice.
I'd been thinking, I would have looked for the security camera that caught me murdering Kingpin's lackeys. Never mind that these were the worst kind of bad guys, about to kill a real, actual hero. I killed in cold
Kind of
blood.
like spicy on the
Kingpin
same
had
level
me
as like
dead
low
to
tier
rights.
curry,
I
you
would
know?
do what he
Just
said,
a hint
or
of
I'd burn
spice.
you.
Just enough to be like, ooh.
You want to make up for your sins? Help us.
You talk to the feds, you confess your sins, the Kingpin falls.
Coercion, bribery of government employees, racketeering. I'd say it's enough to bring him down.
Here's your chance to do the right thing.
Come on.
I can't live like this any longer. Get it. I'll testify.
Well, all right.
Absolutely not, Witch.
We can finally take
Absolutely not.
We do it tonight.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not spicy. Like, oh my god, it's spicy. Like, oh, it's kind of spicy. I like that. Just a little bit of a kick. I like that. It's like, it's not even jalapeno level spicy. Like, it's a low spice. Just enough spice to be like, oh, that's spice. No, he's teasing because my mom is that way. My mom thinks bell peppers are too spicy. I don't know where she got that from. They have literally 0 Scoville. But she thinks bell peppers are too spicy. Like, come on. I have a decent time. I put salsa on everything. In fact, I love putting salsa on stuff. In my opinion, it's just a good way, an alternative to having to slice your own fresh vegetables. I mean, you got tomatoes, onions, peppers, all that stuff right there in the jar. Makes for an excellent sandwich spread, makes for an excellent everything. Salsa is my #1 condiment. And that stuff's not hot at all. So. To you, Wish. Your friend thinks Dr. Pepper's too spicy? Who thinks ketchup is spicy? It's literally made with sugar. This is Dr. Pepper. It's not spicy. I did put some whiskey in there, though. That's a little spicy. And it's time for me to make another. Be right back. Might actually be the last glass. I think I'm about out. Yeah, that much left. I picked up some Jameson's Irish whiskey for St. Patrick's Day. That way, you know, I actually do have a little bit of Irish blood in me, so I was just having a good old time. Not going to be a full second or a full extra glass, but there is still more there.
You try Doom's patience.
Yeah, how much? That's not much. Yeah, screw it. Maybe the next up the sriracha
The
and
time
ketchup
for
bottle.
plotting is over.
Hell yeah, you're kind of spicy. 12.7%. I don't know my percentage. I don't. I know. Yeah, that was the right move to just finish it off. That's not much in it at all. Bottle done. Yeah, I don't know my percentage of Irishness. I don't think it's very high. My largest percentage is like Germanic. Germanic, followed by like Russian Polish mix. And then it's a little bit of everything else European after that. Oh, look at that. We can't. Mug's full. We can't just leave that. Your largest is Scandinavian. There you go. Don't tell Necro. Don't tell Necro at all. But my my aunt did trace my ancestry all the way back to the French Huguenots. So I've got like 1% French in me somewhere. Don't tell Necro that I'm 1% French. He'll look down upon me. More than he already does. Oh, you got some Mesoamerican? That's cool. I know, I tease. So if Necro doesn't have French in there, I'm gonna be surprised. But that's just because he's like actually European. You know. Thank you, Crix. I appreciate that. I appreciate your discretion, good sir. Oh, I can't go onto the gun range.
We can in a non-homosexual way below the cherry blossoms. If you pay extra, I will look very deeply into your eyes. You got no friends. Shut up.
Yeah, then he died. That was a freaking hysterical moment. It's like I'm sitting there watching him run out of breath. I'm like, for sure he has to see what's going on, right? And he did not pay one damn bit of attention. It was a pretty good moment. Yeah, if there's anyone you guys would like to see, if you have any Marvel questions or Marvel desires, that's not the right word. I mean, you could have Marvel desires. I don't know you. I mean, I do know you, but like, you know.
Doom shall assist you because Doom wills it.
If there's any character, I'll show you guys the roster of characters again after clear out this basement here.
You ask the impossible.
I mean, I got some Marvel desires, but they're kind of fucking them all up right now. Just desires for the way I wish they'd do their movies.
How clever of you to find this.
They already announced like a casting lineup for the whatever the Doctor Doom movie is, and who they're bringing into it. But I don't even know how far along that is on the list of things they're coming out with, because it's just starting production. Yeah, there is. Like, a lot of it is, I mean, it's literally like Diablo. None of the minions are going to cause you a single problem. It's when you get to the bosses that you're going to have any point of a possible challenge. And even then, most of those don't come until you start doing the end game situations. So it's literally a game designed to make you feel like a superhero. So yeah, there are challenging moments, but they usually don't come until you start running end game. They've got raids that you can do. They've got special end game things like Xavier School, where you have to protect the students from incoming waves of assault. And they've got the Holo Sim, and they've got the Danger Room, and stuff like that. They've got a lot of things. Just going through the story mode like this, no. Very rarely are you ever, even fighting a boss, are you ever going to really find yourself having an issue. I've been melting every boss I come across. Of course, I think I am also a little higher level than what I need to be for the areas. I don't remember what the level scaling is. If we find another telepad, we can actually see what the different story tiers are. I know endgame, or the final missions, are level 50 to 60, and 60 is the max level. But I'm pretty sure I'll hit that well before I even get to those levels. So, yeah, I am just at normal difficulty too. So, there's a ton of stuff to go through, and eventually get a challenge with. But the whole point is that you grow yourself stronger. And as you level up, here, let me show you some of this stuff. So as you level up, you also get hero synergies. Boost that up. I gotta clear through normal first. So yeah, as you level up characters, like I've leveled up Cyclops, I'm almost to his power up, which is plus 2% energy damage. Colossus has plus 3% health. I do have Loki leveled up, which is 5% damage to slowed targets. I don't slow my targets down, so I'm not going to use my own synergy. But I can have up to 10 active synergies. So as I level up more characters, I can add these boosts on in order to give myself additional stat boosts. And on top of that, there's also the Infinity system, which that's locked right now. That doesn't unlock until I max level my first character. But that's another thing where just how I gain XP with the bar down here above my skills, a second bar will pop up that's your Infinity bar. And it's basically a second XP meter that as you build up points in that, 1 point, 2 point, 3.5 points, depending on the skill and how far down in the tier it is, you can pick up specialty skills and specialty stats for your character. So they've got like Loki does, since I'm focusing on his staff attacks and his summons, he's doing purely mental damage, psychic damage. He's not doing physical damage, he's not doing energy damage or anything like that. So I can avoid those trees in the Omega system and focus on his trees for summons and mental damage. And while he doesn't do physical damage, it is still melee psychic damage because I'm swinging my staff at him. I can go down the melee branch as well and like peak those stats up. So it is mental damage. He does psychic damage. Going to work. Having a conversation with me. Listening to my puns. But yeah, so there's different damage types. There's physical, there's energy, and there's mental. Are the 3 damage types. And energy does break down into like fire and ice and stuff like that. But those are like sub tags. Which fire can add burning, ice can add slow, stuff like that. They're not considered their own damage type necessarily. And Loki does actually have powers that use that. So he's got right here, Asgardian Light is mental damage, but you get Asgardian Enchantment. The Permafrost is mental damage, but cold. It's like cold and fire and stuff like that are status effects, not damage types. Yeah, and here's again, it's a massive roster of characters. So we've got Angela, Ant-Man, Beast, Black Bolt, Black Cat, Black Panther, Black Widow, Blade, Cable, Captain America, Captain Marvel, Colossus, Cyclops, Daredevil, Deadpool, Doctor Doom, Doctor Strange, Elektra, Emma Frost, Gambit, Ghost Rider, Green Goblin, Hawkeye, Hulk, Human Torch, Iceman, Invisible Woman, Iron Fist, Iron Man, Jean Grey, Juggernaut, Kitty Pryde, Loki, Luke Cage, Magic, Magneto, Mr. Fantastic, Moon Knight, Nick Fury, Nightcrawler, Nova, Psylocke, Punisher, Rocket Raccoon, Rogue, Scarlet Witch, She-Hulk, Silver Surfer, Carnage, Spider-Man, Squirrel Girl, Star-Lord, Storm, Taskmaster, Thing, Thor, Ultron, Venom, Vision, War Machine, Winter Soldier, Wolverine, and X-23. So it's a massive roster. And if any of those characters pique any of your guys' interest, let me know. We can go ahead and toy around with some of them. Show off a little bit of what they do. Most of them are still level 1. A couple of them are maybe 2, 3. I think I got a couple in around the 10 range, like Juggernaut's 8, Iron Man's 5. So we can go ahead and show off a little bit of some of those if you want. Like I said, just let me know. Yeah, they designed beasts so badly, but that's, I mean, do you mean visually or like mechanically? Let me clarify that with you. Do you mean visually or mechanically? I do need to level more characters up just for the synergy. Mechanically. Honestly, I don't remember how he plays. I didn't use him a whole hell of a lot before the game went offline, so I don't remember his playstyle. I expect him to be a bit more of a nimble brawler, kind of like Black Widow, Black Cat, or Daredevil. He hits like a feather. Good to know. Love that they do that with characters. You're doing a little Nick Fury cult? Well, if Kev were here, he'd join you. He actually had me play Fury the last time I played the game. Fury's not bad. He's not really stand out, though.
How clever of me to find this.
Now, if you started a cult over someone cool, I'd be with you. Cosmic Prestige Nick Fury. I mean, eventually. Eventually. that's all the events done for the east side. Just need to find whatever the last treasure room or rooms are. Full Fury Onslaught Raid. I will absolutely tell you what, Anton. When the game comes out in full, Fury will be my first cosmic prestige as I put you to shame again. And earn those gifted subs that you so readily bet. You say that, but Jimmy never got his ass handed to him in Minecraft after all. Yes, he did. I mean, he certainly got quite a bit handed to him until the game stopped letting me play. Besides, you can tell by the fact that he's calling me by my legal first name that he and I played this back when it was originally out. And in that entire time, he never once had a character ranked up to Cosmic Prestige. Oh, I would, yes. I 100% would. And you know it. You know it, Anton. You know I would. Yeah, no, I was able to join into Timmy's game twice. And in that time, I made it to, like, number 7 in the top 10 leaderboard in just the 2 or 3 times I was able to join his game. I made it into the top... I made it to, like, 7 in the top 10 of the leaderboard. And got a lot of my skills ranked up higher than that. I think some of my abilities were ranked up pretty high. I think, like, my hand-to-hand was 3rd place or something like that. But I had some pretty decent stats, and I got it relatively quickly. So. Full build with full artifacts and everything. I mean, eventually. We're just talking about the Cosmic Level 60 race. Full build with full artifacts. Yeah, I'll do that for you so you can do your Onslaught raid. That's not part of the race, though. So. If that is, then, we got to clarify exactly what that build is, what those artifacts are. Because I've already got artifacts on him, but it's just the starting ones. The motion analyzer and Yukio's lucky charm. You know, those are artifacts. But you'll believe it when you see it. I mean, Timmy will admit to you, I got on the leaderboard pretty high in just 2 days of playing. And when it comes to this game, yeah, I rocked the shit out of this. I had like half the roster I had Cosmic Prestiged when I originally played it. And Anton, I think he did end up eventually getting some, but it took like right before the game closed. It wasn't something that, like, I had characters Cosmic Prestige pretty quickly. Especially given that the first one was, like, considered one of the worst characters to ever use pre-update. Because they went through and did what they called the biggest update ever, where they overhauled every character, and I used Deadpool, who was one of the very last characters to get overhauled. And so he was considered one of the worst to try and prestige with, and he was the one that I went and prestiged first. So it took me a little while to get that first one, but after I did,
You ask the impossible.
then I ended up prestiging like half the roster. Bucky, it was your only one. I say I was pretty sure I remembered you finally getting one. I couldn't remember if you got more than that. But Bucky's not a bad choice. You know, nothing wrong with that.
This will serve. You ask the impossible.
Or over this way. Now we head to Fisk Tower.
You seek the assistance of a superior being.
Well, no, I seek the assistance of you, Doom.
have delivered this into my hands. Victory was predestined. They would send this against a god. Terribly sorry about that.
There it is, last dungeon. We found it, last treasure room.
The Fates have delivered this into my hands. Father cannot help but notice me now.
It's so fun to just melt everybody. Alright, now we head to Kingpin's office. Reached Fisk Tower.
You ask the impossible.
It's not impossible if you try hard enough.
This would be simpler if they just gave me the tablet.
Final waypoint. Chapter 4 is almost done, my guys. It wasn't marked in red as an enemy. They're marked. I remember a lot of these maps before they got updated, and a lot of these characters before they got updated. You know?
From now on, all crime shall be organized by Doom.
All honesty, like, it changed a lot. The game has massively changed itself over the decades. Well, it was just like 4 years that it was up and running. Dupe! Murder the dupe! Dupe successfully murdered.
This will serve you well. No numbers can defeat me.
I think he was actually proposing to that lady when we murdered him just then. I almost feel bad. Almost. Very almost.
You seek the assistance of a superior being.
Nope, just you, Doom.
The fates have delivered this into my hands. Do not trifle.
You will rue this day.
Go on. start brewing.
At least I'm not bored.
How clever of me to find this. My victory was predestined. You asked the impossible. So ends your brief tale.
Got a little bit of space in my inventory, but not much.
There are worse things in this world than death. I am one of them. I strike without mercy. All must fall, eventually.
I believe we are finished here.
Dude, Summoner is always the go-to. Which is why, despite the fact that there's some of my favorite characters in this game, Loki is one of the ones I hardcore the most when I play, because Summoner. You know, there's no getting by it at all. I entirely forgot about the overflow inventory here, too, so we can keep pushing. Oh, yeah. No, dude, Summoner Loki is just fantastic. Like, you can go with the Graham and the Mystic Spells or whatever you want to, but Summoner Loki is just boom. I hate that oh no, it's just never mind. I'm gonna say something, but it's something stupid. I just remembered something I read on an entirely different power, entirely different ability, and was equating that to the summons, which is not true. There is no downside to the summons. Summons are fantastic.
The impossible.
Here comes a bullseye! Damn, I'm good.
I went invisible. You should not have. You literally should not have been able to target me on that. Oh, now you ask where I went?
Just you wait.
This could only end thus.
You seek the assistance of a...
Your presence here is a grave mistake.
That voice actor just reminds me a lot of like the 90s Disney, you know? Shere Khan and all those characters.
There is no glory in victory over mortals.
Boom. So with that, chapter 4 is done. Weak pin, exactly. Listen, he might be a really buff guy, but he's a really buff guy fighting the god of mischief.
You reporting for duty?
She asked me out.
The Black Widow asked you out.
You can ask Sitwell. He was there.
That did not happen.
Hey, what can I say? Do a lot of sit-ups.
We're done with the talking.
I'll suit yourself.
I made good on my promise, Doom. Here's your precious tablet.
Well done, Ghost. I underestimated you.
What the hell does that mean?
It means I thought you incapable of achieving your goal.
Whatever. I assume payment is being made in full?
Already taken care of.
Then so long, Doc. Don't call me and I won't call you.
All the pieces are coming into place.
I wonder how Victor Von Doom is doing right now. Your tail will make a fine collar, raccoon.
Only kind of. So they said that this would be Marvel Heroes, and that they would not really add villains to the game, but then they started adding villains as playable characters if it's a villain who had been a good guy or flip-flop. Like Juggernaut was a member of the Thunderbolts, and when Xavier passed away, he was a member of the X-Men. Doom has played the hero from time to time. Green Goblin, Venom. The only character, even Carnage, technically had like a hero arc. So everybody that they've added as a villain, as a playable character, is someone who's done things heroically. Doom was the original final villain of this game until Uh, Loki, Magneto, and Venom are legit cases for being considered heroes. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. Magneto, yeah. Venom, absolutely. I mean, aside from the fact that he has a feud with Spider-Man, yeah. Well, Bucky, I would never really call a villain. Yeah, he was brainwashed to fight Captain America, but that's legit brainwashing. Um, the but yeah, the original final boss of the game was Doctor Doom, and the story ended with you confronting Doctor Doom, and I think that was chapter 6 or 7 of the story. But throughout the years of the game's life cycle, they continued to add to the story, so it's farther than that now. But Doom was the original final boss, and
Deadpool is either a fool
yeah.
or a prophet.
So we're gonna fight Doom eventually. We're gonna fight. Actually, we're gonna fight really insane Doctor Doom eventually. I think you might enjoy that fight. Wish that'd be an interesting fight for you. I think. Oh, now I talk to Havoc and head to Xavier's school.
Perhaps we are natural allies after all.
Server update will occur in 10 minutes. Please be ready to log out. No! What? What? Actually, I'm really curious now what kind of update it's going to be.
You ask the impossible.
The enemy of will is will not.
Danny Moonstar, instructor of the X-Men at Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. My class term is focused on history of mutants. You're able to speak with a few of the X-Men at the school to gather their stories. Let's appreciate it. Go talk to Psylocke. Okay, I'll do that in a little bit. It's called server reset. Server reset? Server reset? Hello? What do you mean by server reset? What are they resetting? And how long is it going to take? Are you talking like... What are they resetting and how long is it going to take? Given how soon that's going to happen... I'm going to go ahead and... Yeah, maybe it's level 34. Oh, to help a lag. I'm going to go ahead and log out. Just a server refresh. Let's go ahead and... There we go. We'll go to this screen, and we will look up and see how long things are going to take. Well, that's a better word, server refresh. They say how long does server refresh take? Is it literally just like a 5-minute blink, or is it like a half-hour reset? Literally blink and it's already refreshed. That's kind of what I figured. They said it'll take 10 minutes, so I'm going to go ahead and give them that time. I'm going to use the restroom and chat to you guys. We can talk about the upcoming subathon on April 28th. If you have any questions or any interest in that, feel free to let me know what those are, and I will answer those or take that into consideration. But first, I'm going to use the restroom. Oh, look at that. We're almost out of whiskey. Whiskey pepper. Dr. Whiskey. All right, guys. I'm back. So yeah, if you got any questions about the April 28th subathon, let me know. If you got any questions about the game we're playing, Marvel's Ultimate Alliance, let me know. What? I added myself to the list of content creators. But it didn't alert people that I'm streaming. What's going on? The Project Tahiti, that's the group that's running the Marvel Heroes reboot. I applied to be a content or be listed as one of the content creators. So just like I get the notifications in my server and the Muscle Girl Bar server on Discord, it would also put up a notification in the Marvel Heroes server on Discord that I'm live, and does not seem that it's doing that. However, I do have permission to post in there. So we're going to round about this. I'm going to go ahead and post that I am live. Wish, see you soon. So yeah, just again, I'll throw it out there. If anyone has any hero they want to see or any character they want to see, just let me know. There are some additional team-up heroes. I didn't go through that roster. But there are some characters who are team-up heroes but not playable heroes. You saw Doctor Doom was playable, but I also have him as a team-up. But there are characters they didn't feel were unique enough or had solid enough powers on their own to qualify as full-fledged playable characters. Such as, I mean, there's Shield Agent and Hydra Agent as generic characters. There is the Shield Helicarrier, which I'm not a big fan of. There is Agent Coulson and Agent 13. Agent Venom, I feel, had enough to become a playable character on his own, but he is a team-up character. And Archangel and Angel both are team-up characters. There are a number of team-up characters who are playable, such as Thor and Doctor Doom and Spider-Man. Howard the Duck is a team-up character. There are some Iron Man team-up characters. I'm trying to think of non-playable team-up characters. Jubilee is a non-playable team-up character. I'd have to go through the roster again. There are a couple of different Punisher team-up characters, but Punisher is playable, so that's not a big whoop-de-doo. Confirmed playable characters before it shut down were Spider-Woman and Unworthy Thor. Yeah. Which Unworthy Thor would have been interesting. They have the old man thing. Yeah, Sharon Carter is Agent 13. I actually was keeping an eye on the time. I was just giving it a couple extra minutes. I see it's 6:02, which means it is time to hop back into that. Give it 2 minutes to finish. And let's go ahead and swap scenes back over. Here we are. Again, Project Tahiti, based on Marvel Heroes server emulator 0.6.0. They are doing a good job
Doom humiliated the Hulk
boosting
in
this
single-handed
up.
combat. His overstated claims of strength are as worthless as the odorous mouth that speaks them.
Yep. So let's go ahead and boop 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 boop. So we are at a point. We're kind of at a that between chapters stopping point. If you guys want to see someone, if there's a hero you guys are interested in, Anton, you don't count. I'm just teasing. I'm teasing. If there's someone you really want to see, let me know. If there's a character you want to see, or like Anton, I know you've played through a ton of them, but if there's one you haven't touched yet that you want to see what the build options are for it, or want to know what I would build with that character, let me know.
Now there is an ally worthy of my time.
Let me know, gentlemen. I see you right there, Anton. Staring me down in the face. I see you. I know that's you. There's no social interactions in the game, though, at the moment. So, like, I can't add you as a friend. Social panel. Yeah. Nearby. Nobody's listed there. Absolutely nobody. It is good to see you, though. One Loki to another. It's legitimately really cool to fucking see you. My guy. I can't wait for them to finish up. I can't wait for them to finish up the social panels and everything else for the game, so that we can do this, so that we can team up and you can see my 86 prestige cosmic characters while you're on your third cosmic character. You know, I can't wait, my guy. It's gonna be so cool.
You seek the assistance of a superior being.
So yeah, the team up characters. Clea is another one who's not playable, but is a team up character. Captain America, other Captain America, Carnage, Clea, Doctor Doom and Doctor Doom, Doctor Strange and Doctor Strange. With the heroes, you can just change costumes. With the team up characters, because like, so the team up characters, you have their abilities, their playstyle, companion, assist, where if you do assist, you call them in like a summon, and they're a lot stronger than their active counterpart, but they only last for 30 seconds. And you have passive, so while they're gone, they provide you passive boosts instead of active boosts. So the passive Doctor Doom gives you arcane proficiency. By choosing this talent, Doctor Doom grants additional power while he is away from combat. You can still summon him for 30 seconds as his normal active self, but while he's gone, you gain mental damage rating and base health, which for Loki is pretty decent because he is a mental damage character.
I should wring Deadpool's neck for his insolence.
But
he would most likely derive pleasure from it.
Yeah, there's no like, so with your character, there's a costume slot on your hero bar. With the team ups, that's not a thing. So instead of creating costumes for team up characters, they made every single one of them a separate thing.
You ask the impossible.
Um, so yeah, so instead of having a Captain America team up and then having different costumes for them, they have two Captain America team ups. They have two Doctor Doom team ups, two Doctor Strange team ups. So yeah. So as far as team ups, they have Agent 13, Agent Coulson, Agent Venom, Angel, Arachne, Archangel. So far, all unique. Beta Ray Bill, which is a costume for Thor. And if you put that costume on, then Beta Ray Bill team up turns into a normal Thor team up. There's a couple characters like that, where if you have the enhanced costume for that character, it turns the team up into the inverse. Brood Wolverine, Captain America, Carnage, Clea is another unique. Doctor Doom, Doctor Strange. Domino is another unique. Drax, there's two Draxes, they're both unique. Two Falcons, they're both unique. Two Firestars, they're both unique. Frankencastle, Gamora, two of her, she's unique. Ghost Rider, two Groots, he's unique. With Rocket Raccoon, you actually get abilities that have Groot pop up. Groot is not his own playable character. Hydra Double Agent, Havoc, Holiday Groot. They decked the tree out in Christmas lights. It's pretty funny. Hollow Wolverine, so it's Wolverine from the Hollow sim, the Howard the Duck, Iron Man Mark II, Jessica Jones is a unique, Jubilee is unique, King Thor, Magic, a couple of Magics, Medusa, Miles Morales, Spider-Man, Baron Mordo is a unique, Miss Marvel is unique, Old Man Logan, Pirate Deadpool, Punisher, Punisher Dead Winter, Quake is unique, Quicksilver is unique, Rachel Cole Alves, Punisher, Rescue is unique, Shield Agent, Shield Support, Sam Wilson, Captain America Falcon are all unique. She-Hulk is not, she's playable. Spider-Gwen is costume for Spider-Man, technically she's playable. A couple of Spider-Man team-ups, a couple of Spider-Woman team-ups. Spider-Woman is unique. Sunspot's unique. The Deadpool Kid is a costume for Deadpool. Wasp is unique, and then Wolverine. So there's a mix of playable and unique characters for team-ups, and it's pretty fun. There's plenty there that you can create groups, like you can have Wolverine work with Deadpool, or have one of the Deadpool variants, Deadpool the Kid or Pirate Deadpool, work with Deadpool, or have them work for Wolverine, or have Wolverine work with Wolverine. You have the Wasp, so you can have the Wasp with Ant-Man and do classic team-ups. You got Spider-Gwen and Spider-Man, so you can have Venom and Spider-Man, or Spider-Man and Spider-Gwen, or Spider-Man and Spider-Man Miles Morales. Hulk and She-Hulk. You can do Captain America and any of the Falcons. You could do Juggernaut, Quicksilver. Nick Fury was one that was brought up with. You can do Nick Fury and Shield Agent, or Nick Fury and Shield Support. Personally, I'm not a big fan of Shield Support. It's one that doesn't have an active mode, even if its active mode is technically a passive mode. Rescue and Iron Man. You can do Punisher with just about anyone. Quake is a shield agent, so she'd fit in with Captain America or Nick Fury. Punisher would fit with a lot of people. Miss Marvel and Miss Captain Marvel, or Miss Marvel and Spider-Man, or Miss Marvel and there's a few people. Mordo's one that I'm surprised they did. They made him as a team up. He's technically a villain. I don't think he's ever really been good, except for the very first Doctor Strange movie. So, iffy, but I'll give it to him. Medusa's another unique. She goes with Black Bolt, of course. Magic with Colossus, fucking classic. I was tempted to do Thor with Loki, but it just didn't feel right because it's like, it's not actually Thor, it's the old man King Thor or Beta Ray Bill. I didn't think they were quite so good, so I used Doctor Doom because Doctor Doom and Loki have teamed up so many times. Jessica Jones, you've got Daredevil, you've got Iron Fist, you got Luke Cage. They can all team up with Jessica Jones. Jubilee, I mean, you've got Gambit, you've got Wolverine, you've got Storm, you've got so many X-Men characters who can team up with Jubilee or Wolverine. You've got some Iron Man characters, so you can use that with any Avenger, you can use that with a War Machine. Or with the Duck, you can use that with a lot of people. Honestly, I was going to say something, I decided not to. He'd go perfectly fine with Rocket or with Star-Lord or any other kind of cosmic level character. Of course, the Groots. Havoc, another X-Men. Hydra double agent, technically perfect for Deadpool. They didn't want to just flat out say Bob, agent of Hydra. But that's more or less what it would be. Ghost Rider, a good team up with any other kind of supernatural based hero, or even, I mean, Ghost Rider's teamed up with a ton of people. You got Gamora, again, any of the Guardians or any other cosmic level. Firestar actually would be perfect with Iceman or Spider-Man, because that was one of the original OG cartoons and comic books. Spider-Man and his spider friends or whatever. Yep, Frankencastle. Frankencastle is cool. It's not only is it a team up, it's actually an outfit for the Punisher. One of my favorites. One of the ones I swap between. Usually I either run as Frankencastle or Punisher Noir. But since they have the Frankencastle team up, I usually run Punisher Noir with the Frankencastle team up. Frankencastle is from Earth 666, along with a werewolf version of Captain America and like monster versions of every hero. It's actually kind of cool, kind of funny. If I remember correctly, Moon Knight is a mummy in that world. But yeah, Firestar, like one of the original team up things, one of the original Marvel cartoons back in like the 60s, like during Scooby-Doo production era, was Spider-Man and his amazing friends. And it was Spider-Man rooming in like New York City or something like that. He was roommates with Iceman and Firestar. So putting Firestar in there, she was actually like, if I'm in the game, she was one of the very first team up characters, because she was like, when they released the team up character, she was one of the ones in initial release, her and Spider-Man, because of their history with team ups. It was actually kind of fun. Of course, you got Falcon again with Captain America or any Avengers. You got Domino or Drax with any of the Guardians. Domino is one of the mutants. She can team up with Juggernaut real well, with Magneto or with Doctor Strange. Yeah, so there's like a ton of like team up possibilities. You can create your own kind of fantasy teams and come up with whatever you really want to. So, yeah, again, I'll just say again, you know, if there's anything you guys want to see, 100%, just let me know. I'm here for it. This is all about having fun. Yes, I am kind of trying to go through the story a little bit and show you guys things a little bit. But it's all about hanging out and having fun. So if there's something you guys want to see, let me know. Those are boost, defense rating, and health up hit, critical hit rating, critical damage rating. Yep, let's go ahead and do that. Take up those crits. Ooh. Yes, please. Ooh, yes, please. Plus to summon powers? That's exactly what I need. Bit of a boost, but no. We lost the health on hit from the other one. There's a health boost and a damage boost, and we don't really need the brutal damage rating. What is that? That's brutal damage rating, though, not strike rating. So yeah, that we could go ahead and sacrifice that. +2 speed, which is dodge rating is part of speed. Nice. Damage from area attacks. It's not bad. Plus attack speed boost. That's... Yep, we'll take it. We will take that. We got a cosmic level penis, so we don't need this one. Sorry, hostile unit tracker. Hold off for now. Brutal strike rating. That attack speed. 8%
Even
XP.
mortal has his limits.
Fuck yes. Health when you hit an enemy. Ooh. Energy damage, mental damage. Energy damage doesn't mean shit. Become invisible if your health drops too low. Boom, XP boost.
Doom shall endure the torment of waiting once more.
Damage rating melee powers, regenerating health when pick up items or credits. More credits per drop and plus the health. Yeah. Default backpack. Nope. And
Your quips do not amuse, Spider-Man.
now we're back onto Xavier's school. And the start of Chapter 5. Chapter 5, right? Yes, Chapter 5. They did want me to talk to... Did ask me to talk to Psylocke. Actually, there's Rogue.
Hold on. Let me put my gloves on first.
I hear you're headed to Mutant Town. You might want to learn a little bit more about the area before you go flying off. Normally, I'd tell you to chat with Bishop, because he's an expert on that area. But I haven't seen him around in a couple days, so I guess I'll have to do. Mutants settled down in that part of New York City with their own kind, so they'd have a place that felt like theirs. I guess kind of like when other immigrant groups came to Americas back in the day. You're most comfortable with people who understand you. Now, life was never easy there. Finding work was tough, and even the best cops didn't feel so safe driving through there. But the mutants who lived there at least didn't have any worry about being gunned down the street like they do nowadays. Mutant Town wasn't even the first place mutants created their own community. If you want to hear about the Morlocks and their underground home, you should talk to Magic. Let's talk to Magic and Psylocke and learn about mutant history. Alright, game for that. Magic, tell us about the Morlocks. Rogue told you to come talk to me about the Morlocks. Well, I'm no expert, but I've heard some stories from my friend Kitty Pryde, so I guess I'll have to do. A few decades back, a group of mutant outcasts decided to leave society behind. They moved into some old tunnels beneath New York City and started calling themselves the Morlocks. Some of these tunnels ran for miles and miles, if you can believe that. The Morlocks basically became a street gang that lived under the streets, coming up at night to steal what they needed to live. The X-Men had a few run-ins with them, but eventually we called a truce. The mutants that live down there now are basically peaceful. You know, if the purifiers are causing trouble in Mutant Town, it's a good bet Morlocks are getting hit pretty bad too. I hope you can help them out a little. I hope I can help them out too. Psylocke, tell me some shit.
Hello. I thought I had someone thinking.
That's big. That's a big text block. So you're helping Danny with her lesson plan. Of course, I'm happy to chat with you. Some people believe the mutants are new presence in the world, but the opposite. It's true. The origin of mutant kind, or Homo sapiens superior, as some call us, dates back to long before recorded history begins. Oh, wish, fine. I'll allow it. No, thank you for hanging out, Wish. I always appreciate you being here. Appreciate your support. Have a good rest, my guy, and hopefully I'll talk to you soon. Yes, allow. You're welcome. I'm feeling generous. But no, seriously. Like I said, thank you for hanging out. Always appreciate you being here. Always appreciate your support. And definitely look forward to seeing you soon. And hopefully you'll get to slap me at the muscle bar. We'll see. In the very distant past, a supremely powerful group of aliens called the Celestials visited Earth. During their experiments upon local life forms, the Celestials implanted a strand of DNA that would occasionally result in strange mutations in certain humans. Some mutations were merely minor physical aberrations from the norm. Others took the form of uncanny abilities or superpowers. Regardless, those who manifested in this way were known as mutants for thousands of years. Very few mutants made their presence known. Two of the earliest recorded mutants among the X-Men's most feared enemies, the immortal witch Selene and the would-be world conqueror known as Apocalypse. During the 20th century, the mutant population grew exponentially. The growth drew the attention of many individuals, from our own Professor Xavier to villains such as the Shadow King and Mr. Sinister. The word mutant hasn't yet become a household word, but it was close. The stage was set for a grand conflict over the future of mutant kind, which I'm sure Rogue can tell you more about. So, no, so that's very contradictory with previous lore. The Inhumans, or the Celestials didn't create mutants, the Celestials created Inhumans. And Inhumans and mutants are two very different things. Two very different things. Inhumans have to be activated, and the same thing that activates Inhumans kills mutants. It's super. And even that's not. Like, it is, but it's not accurate, because even that isn't exactly right. Celestials technically created all of humanity. And every person in humanity has the potential to turn into an Inhuman. Go read, if you get the chance, read the original Earth X anthology. The original Earth X anthology is fantastic story, one of my favorite stories. in a like an alternate world setting. Fan-fucking-tastic. And I recommend every ounce of it. Hold on, I am going to do a thing real quick. Okay. Now we need to go talk to Rogue again. We just talked to Rogue. Talk to Rogue again.
Thanks for coming by.
Okay, another text mountain. Psylocke sure loves to talk about ancient history, don't she? Well, listen close, and I'll fill you in on the stuff that's a little bit more important to us here today. The professor was one of the first people to hold the idea that mutants and humans might be able to get along rather than just fighting each other. He did his best to recruit other mutants to his cause and set up the private school we're standing in to house those early X-Men. He even trained his students to protect normal humans from danger. And for a little while, folks regarded the X-Men as heroes. The good times didn't last, and soon people started speaking up against Xavier's dream of peaceful coexistence between humans and mutants. People like Bolivar Trask, who invented the Sentinel robots for the government to hunt down mutants. People like William Stryker, founder of the Purification Crusade, that says mutants are an abomination in God's eyes. And even people like the professor's former friend Eric Lensher, who started calling himself Magneto and recruited a team of mutants to fight against both the humans and the X-Men. Sad to say, I actually belonged to one of those evil mutant teams before the X-Men took me in. Lines are drawn. Humans on one side afraid of the strange new people with scary powers, and mutants on the other. Some trying to make a difference, good or bad, and all of them just trying to survive. You better go chat with Professor X before all this gets me depressed. Here in Cerebro is Professor Xavier.
Greetings.
It's not your fault, little one. Homo sapien is the only true work of God. Mutant is the abomination of the devil. God doesn't want mutants. the Judgment Day.
Senseless. They hate us so much. Just because we are different. Just because we are mutant. This is the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. I am Charles Xavier, and I have dedicated my life to educating and training mutants. The best and brightest of my students you know as the X-Men. We dream of a world of peace and equality, where mutants and human could live together peacefully. But there are those who would die, or kill, to stop this from happening. That is why I've called you here. Anti-mutant activity has grown increasingly violent. Because of the rise in New York City's mutant population, the mutants took it upon themselves to form their own community, Mutant Town. But Mutant Town is now under siege by anti-mutant vigilantes. They call themselves the Purifiers. To my frustration, I must tell you I don't know anything more about them. I need you to go to Mutant Town and help stop the growing violence. Show your support for us. Let the world know that its heroes and its mutants stand together.
I love
Mortals find such odd reasons for killing one another.
the X-Men is one of my founding Marvel franchises and one of my favorites from the jump. 100%. Hey. The citizens of Mutant Town, an area of Manhattan with a high population of mutants, are under attack by violent anti-mutant vigilantes known as Purifiers. These marauders, these murderers, have set a local base of operations, which they call the Church of Purification,
I will not let Squirrel
in an
News
abandoned
confound
train
his word
yard.
inspects me again.
In an abandoned train yard, we believe that a secret tunnel connects this base with Mutant Town, but we need you to find it, or we need your help to find it. But first, when you make landfall in Mutant Town, fight to take back the slums and projects, and do what you can to help mutant civilians and local police force. As you can imagine, they've got their hands full. You can speak with multiple man to use the Blackbird jet to reach Mutant Town. I will stay in touch periodically using my telepathy to contact you with important information. History of mutants. I understand Rogue gave you a primer on the rise of mutants in the 20th century. Now it's my turn to tell you about more recent events. At one point a few years ago, people estimated the total population of mutants at somewhere approaching 1 million worldwide. To some humans, it must have seemed like a mutant lived on every corner. I imagine more than a few people felt that their family's world was slipping away, or their familiar world was slipping away. Meanwhile, mutants themselves faced a wide range of threats. Various incantations of the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants cropped up. Incarnations of the Brotherhood of Mutants popped up. The secretive Hellfire Club tried to recruit Jean Grey, but instead transformed her into the world-destroying Dark Phoenix. Villains such as Mr. Sinister and Goblin Queen. The Goblin Queen is... yeah, never mind. Mojo, the Shadow King, Strife, and Apocalypse took their shots at destroying the X-Men and ruining my dream of peaceful coexistence.
The time for plotting is over.
Somehow the X-Men endured it all. The team grew and evolved from its original 5 members. We lost a few friends along the way, but we also gained new ones as well. I expect that's the point of Danny's lesson plan. Mutants may be the next step of human evolution. We also must learn to adapt to an ever-changing world, evolving to meet new challenges as they arise. All right, I believe that's enough history lesson for today. Once you head back to Danny Moonstar, see if the stories we've learned will keep the class busy. The stories you've learned keep the class busy.
You ask the impossible.
You're impossible. Shut up. Oh, wrong way. Wrong way. There we go.
The enemy of will is will.
Wow, they really covered a lot of ground with those stories, didn't they? Thanks for sharing with the class. It's important to young mutants to understand where we come from before they can figure out where they're going. Be sure to come later to see me. If there are any more lesson plans you can help me with. We're at 2% of achievements. Most of them are exploration achievements. Whew. Starting to get a little bit hungry. Debating on ordering a pizzazza. I shouldn't. I absolutely should not. I need to save my money, especially since we got the subathon coming up. I need to make sure I got food and snacks prepped for the subathon. We have to go grocery shopping in order to make sure we get everything we need for that. So the last thing I need is to be spending money on just buying pizza. But at the same time, I really don't want to cook anything. A little bit tipsy. I just want a fucking pizza. So bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna order a fucking pizza. Oh, come on. What do you... Deals. Let's see what specials they have. I don't think they have a special, honestly. 20% off a specialty pizza. I don't want a specialty pizza. Just large one topping. I don't have anything for that. It's all buy two, buy one and two sides, buy four, buy whatever. I'll just have a sale on one singular pizza. Unfortunately. I absolutely should not be doing this right now. Hey, pre-roll ads. That'll pay for 1/20th of my pizza. Actually, that won't. All the ads for the entire month will pay for 1/20th of my pizza. The absolute fuck. God damn it. Need to keep an eye on this because once it's ready to go, I'm gonna have to go down and actually collect it from downstairs because they can't get here. They can't enter the building. That's surprising. Very surprising. What? Holy crap. I actually feel bad for that one. Holy shit. Achievement hunters are all hanging out together on Twitch. I'm opening this real quick. Hold on. Because I see a bunch of them. Ray, Jeremy, Matt, Alfredo, Gavin. Trevor has a... I didn't know he had one. And BK. Wow. The only one I didn't know on there is Trevor. I'm surprised you don't have Michael on there. Of course, I don't know how many people this game... I think this game has a limit of 6 people. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know, that's 7 players. I don't know how many... they're playing Repo. So let's actually check it out. How many players can play? Actually, it's the very first one, Repo. 6 players. Co-op 6 players. But Ray, Jeremy, Matt, Fredo, Gavin, Trevor, BK, that's 7. So they have to have a mod in there then in order to get that many people in because yeah, that's yep, hashtag mods. So they have a mod on in order to run that. Wow, that's actually cool. And that surprised me because Jack Patillo is online too. Like he's active online right now, but he's not playing with them. He's doing Minecraft, doing his own thing. Which actually I feel bad for him that everybody but him is on there. I'm surprised they got Gavin on there, but not Michael, because Michael actually used to stream on Twitch. Used to be pretty active on Twitch. But I haven't seen him on Twitch in fucking forever. Kind of makes me wonder what he's been up to actually, and what he's doing right now. You would think if they even got Gavin to play this, they'd for sure get Michael to join them. Yeah, I legitimately feel bad for Jack, and I feel bad for Michael. Gavin streams like once every 7 years, and he's got like 600, almost 700 people following him. Okay. Let's go ahead and we'll keep an eye on this. I will go ahead and put my shoes on so I'm ready to run downstairs whenever it gets here, gets close here. And run downstairs is a bad thing to say. We're going to gently walk downstairs. We're not even going to walk down. We're going to walk to the elevator and take the elevator downstairs. Because I am a little buzzing right now. I don't think I'd have a problem with the stairs, but I'd have a problem running at the very least. So, until that happens, Defenders recently. Huh. They were like, woohoo, when I reached 30, but I guess I didn't mean anything because it didn't actually give me an achievement. I don't know what they were woohooing about. Is there a miscellaneous section for heroes? There is none. There's a miscellaneous section in general. So let's see what those miscellaneouses are. Beat 400 Hydra people. Alright, we can track it. Yeah, we can track it like this. So we got about, according to this, 15 minutes to wait for food. Let's see. We need to murder 400 shield imposters. This could be later. Has Ghost Rider defeat 2004 Hydra agents? Hey! Geek Devotions, my guy. So good to see you. How you doing? How you doing? With Quake summoned as your team up. See, they got very specific things here. As Captain America defeat 100 elite Hydra agents and defeat Baron von Lind, the Agent Coulson summoned as a team up.
Gotta keep moving.
I exist. That's about the best thing I can say. trying to get things set up for the subathon 2 weeks from tomorrow, April 28th, that massive subathon. I got a couple of promo posts ready. I'm gonna try and spam the heck out of those starting tomorrow for the next several, well, every day, at least once a day, every day. Spam that stuff so people see it. And, yeah. Make sure people know. Subathon, April 28th. It's going to be massive. I know I've shown you a lot of the stuff we got set up. Massive rewards. Granted, those rewards are at massive, like, some of them small points ramping up. Like, we got some insane milestones on there. But those insane milestones have insane prizes or insane rewards. I still hope, I mentioned it to you, one of the rewards on there, if we reach high enough, is Dungeon Master from playing games with strangers, I know, has agreed to host a D&D one-shot if we reach a certain amount. He's agreed to host a D&D one-shot for us. I still hope that you, again, it's something where once we hit it, then when the stream is done, when the event is over, we will schedule those things. So hopefully we can schedule that, and I'm hoping you'll be one of the guest players on that. I think that'd be fantastic. You and Celeste joining in as guest players for that guest game. But we'll talk about that if we get that activated. Yeah. But yeah, there's tons of stuff on there. Things for people in every camp. There's tons of like content items on there. There's tons of new content types like crafting stuff for cosplay and equipment to run IRL streams, as well as like dedication to play specific games and get through certain things. A couple of goofy games on there, I Love You, Colonel Sanders, or the Ubisoft NFT game that they came out with. There's some things on there, food challenges, eating the ghost pepper chicken noodle soup. There is the having my soulmate psychically read and drawn for me. So lots of interesting prizes on there. I hope people get interested in it. There'll be like yeah. I remember when it came out, it was pretty funny. I watched someone do a playthrough of it. So I figured, hey, as we could just slap that on there. It's a joke game, and it's on there on a joke number. Funny number means funny game. Please don't be offended by that call. There are a couple of guest spots on there. There's, of course, the big, massive goal at the end of it all. But there are things you can do just in the stream in general. Aside from that, for one, not just subs and bits, but also brand new follows also add time to the subathon timer. And if we hit 24, or if we hit 1,000 followers during that stream, you'll instantly add 24 hours to the timer just flat out. But then there are like instant rewards that you can get too. because of the Muscle Girl bar and my relationship with them and that community, one of the things you can do is buy a muscle shaker dance. Just like you can at the bar. I will do a Hulk Hogan t-shirt rip as another thing that can be bought. And I'm thinking of doing merchandise giveaways at certain points, like every $1,000 we hit, we'll do a merch item giveaway. Because I did create a store through Teespring several years ago, and it's got some stuff on there. But, yeah, the Hogan rip. I'm going to get just like a pack of generic Fruit of the Loom white t-shirts, and if someone redeems that, I'll put that on over my regular shirt and just rip it. I think it'd be fun. People might like that. I don't know. Sounded fun. And then I completely lost my train of thought. What was I just... Oh man, I literally just entirely lost my train of thought. Yeah, followers add to the timer. If we hit 1,000 followers, it instantly adds 24 hours to the timer. Man, I legitimately entirely lost my train of thought on what I was going to say. I got sidetracked on that. No, you're good. You are good. There's so much going on. It's just been a fight to keep track of it all. So yeah, there's tons of... Oh yeah, no, the merch stuff. I've got a store through Teespring, which I've had for a long time, and it's got some interesting stuff on there. But I also Streamlabs, which I run most of my stuff through. The bot and all that is through Streamlabs. And a lot of my extra stuff is all through Streamlabs. Streamlabs also has a storefront. And their storefront is more expensive than Teespring. But they offer different things than Teespring does. But like a more limited selections. Like the t-shirts are only in the color of white. You can't get them in other colors. And stuff like weird things. But because it's through Streamlabs directly, you can set that up for giveaways. So every $1,000 point we hit, I think we'll do a merch giveaway and give away some kind of item like we got water bottles, and we got notebooks, and we got t-shirts. They probably won't do t-shirts because those are pretty expensive. Like $40 for the t-shirts. Surprisingly, the baseball t-shirt, like the 3/4 sleeve baseball tee, is cheaper than a regular t-shirt. But at the same time, you can only like decorate the front. You can't put up like a back logo on there. It's weird. Again, it's strangely, weirdly limited. So, yeah. But yeah, so I'm hoping we get plenty of people interested in it. I'm hoping that we get plenty of people talking about it. And I'm hoping we make some headway. Again, we're going to be playing Claire Obscure Expedition 33. It's a brand new RPG coming out that's heavily based off of old school Final Fantasy and similar style JRPGs. Heavily influenced from that. But whereas those other RPGs are like 60 to 120 hours of gameplay, they said that Expedition 33 is only going to be about 20 to 30 hours. For some reason, those are always cheaper. I think it's got to be the direct to print people are using. Maybe. Personally, I like the baseball style t-shirt, so I don't really have a problem with that. I'll rock it. I just find it weird that you can't print something on the back of it. But yeah, so Claire Expedition 33 looks fantastic. It's gorgeous. Looks like it's got a great storyline to it. Looks like it's got fun mechanics to it. And so we're going to play that as day one release on the day of the subathon. So we're going to play that the full way through. We're starting the timer at 50 hours. And that game's only supposed to take 20 to 30 hours to complete. So we're going to complete that entire game before we're ever even done with the subathon. After that, we'll figure things out from there. Maybe one of the first gameplay options is that I Love You, Colonel Sanders game. So maybe we'll play that one immediately after. Maybe we'll play Marvel Heroes or get some other games going up. We'll definitely go over that when it happens. But yeah, we are going to rock that game out. Claire Expedition 33, day one, 20 to 30 hour JRPG. Honestly, I'm a little disappointed that it's such a low thing. I was hoping it'd be more like the 100-hour RPG like the old ones it's influenced by, but I'm still really hyped for it. So I'm hoping between day one game release, subathon, followers adding to the timer, awesome goals. One of the goals on there is me announcing a secret project that I've only told 2 people about. That's it. Secret project I'm actually kind of hyped for, and I need to actually do some more work on. But yeah, there's some big things on there, some things I'm excited about, and I hope that everyone else is excited for them too. Also, I've been kind of dragging on and not actually playing this game because I've got a pizza on the way. So I'm tracking that. It should be here in literally like 3 minutes. And I actually have to go downstairs to meet it. They can't bring it up to me. So I'm going to go ahead and head downstairs. I know. Like, I was really feeling lazy, and so I'm just like, I'm just gonna bite the bullet. I shouldn't order a pizza because I got to get stuff ready for the subathon, which means I'm gonna have to buy groceries for it, buy snacks for it, make sure I'm ready for it. So I don't need to spend the extra money on a pizza, but I really need a pizza. So I'm going to head downstairs and go get the pizza. I will be right back. And we're back. Look at that guy, it's back already.
Demands we move at once.
What I'm talking about is what I'm talking about. Ugh. Typically, I don't go for the specialty pizzas. I tend to just get the single toppings. If you go for like a second topping is like $2 and jacks the price up to the price of a specialty pizza. Really disappointing. So I usually just stick to single topping pizzas. My go-to is sausage, just straight sausage pizza. But they don't charge you extra for extra sauce. So I get sausage pizza, extra saucy. Oh, so good. Let me refill my water bottle.
I grow weary of waiting.
Thin crust pep. I'm not. Thin crust is okay, but I prefer just the straight hand tossed. Have you tried the new craze, the hot honey pepperoni? Those are so good. There's a place that stops by where I work. So I know Pizza Hut did it for a while, and I think Papa John's and a couple others also kind of followed suit. But I don't know if they're still doing it. There is a local shop that comes to where I work because I work at the hospital, and the hospital has like a special area in their cafeteria where guest restaurants can come in and sell some of their stuff and promote their stuff, and the hospital will get a cut of it in exchange for them still making sales and promoting themselves. And so one of the companies that comes in on Tuesdays is a pizza place, and they do thin crust, like pizza oven, like you slide it into the big kiln pizza oven pizza places. And they do the hot, like they do the thin crust pizza oven, hot honey pepperoni pizzas, and they're ridiculously good. I don't know if any place is doing those currently. You'd have to check and see. Oh yeah, the brick oven pizzas are amazing. Oh yeah, a place up the street that does those. But yeah, I know. When was it? I think it was sometime last year when the hot honey pepperoni pizzas were like a craze. I don't know if any of them are still doing it, honestly. Like they like advertised it super heavily, but I don't think any of them are still doing it. I mean, yeah, why not? I don't know what would be different about pizza dough compared to like bread dough. I don't know. I don't do like a lot of baking stuff like that, so I don't really know. But I mean, they've got like the store bought. You can get the store bought crusts. Like they have crusts you can buy store bought, and then sauce and top yourself. Uh, I mean, doing that kind of stuff would be super fun. Okay, let's chomp down on a slice of this pizzazza. Yes. Mmm. Mmm. That's a good, greasy, cheesy. Yeah. That tastes good. That tastes so good. Let's continue the story. While I'm like, ugh.
Hey there.
This is Mutant Town, once a thriving community, and now stands on the brink of extinction due to the vicious purifier attacks. You need to locate the... Okay. You have to be careful with the gluten production in your pizza dough. If you don't, then you won't have the right consistency for the pizza. Yeah, that's what I figured. I figured it'd be something insane like that, but... Like I said, I don't know... I haven't done a lot with it. I know there's like intricacies because, for one thing, the dough like barely rises. You can't have thin crust pizza, or even like the hand tossed is not really that thick. It doesn't really rise. You know, you get the crust around the edge, but that's about it. And even that you get because you roll it up. Mm. Okay, we need to speak with Sergeant Goring. Have you seen me play this game yet? Have you seen me rock the Marvel Heroes yet? I'm playing one-handed because I've got the pizza in front of me. There's a specific way that New York water breaks down the flour and creates very good crust. Yep. Hey, thank you for that follow. Thank you so much. Super appreciate that. You have, cool. I used to play it way back in the day before I got back in touch with you. And,
You ask the impossible.
yeah, the game itself discontinued shortly after I got a hold of you. So, I don't think you ever got to see it like while it was in its heyday. It's being rebuilt now, and it's a lot better than what it was last time I streamed it. But Yeah, no, I thoroughly enjoy this game, and I'm excited for what's to come down the pipeline for it.
The fates have delivered this into my hands.
Where did I go wrong?
The card game, Marvel game. Yeah, I'm not a big fan. You mean the mobile game? I'm guessing the Marvel Snap. Honestly, I love Marvel Midnight Suns. I highly recommend that game. If you haven't played it and are interested in a Marvel game, I actually highly recommend that one.
I must suffer for my cause.
Let's see. Right. I get that. That's Midnight Suns had that feature in it. Like you had the deck building feature, but the deck building was just like your character's abilities, and it was a small deck instead of like a deck of 60 or whatever. It's literally just like a deck of 12. You kind of pick and choose the abilities you want for your character, and those abilities are drawn as the cards. Nothing terribly complex. I recommend this game too. This game is absolutely free. If you want to download and run this game, granted it's not finished yet, and when it is finished they're going to reset it back to 0. But you can play with it up until they reset it. When they reset it, you can go hardcore on it and play it for real. Actually, this is one of the goals on my milestones list, is to... And did you see the roster rundown on this? Did I show you like all the characters that are in here? Okay, well let me show you real quick. Massive character list. They're both playable characters and team-up characters. So right now I'm playing Loki, and Doctor Doom is with me. He's my team-up. So you have both your playable character and your ally team-up character. And so you have your hero roster. You have your playable heroes and your team-up heroes. Playable heroes. Angela. I don't know if you remember Angela. Back in the day, she was actually a character in the Spawn universe. And then Marvel sued McFarlane and got the rights to Angela because Angela was created by Todd McFarlane for the Spawn comic book in a crossover between Spawn and Marvel. They had a crossover event. And so it was Spawn and Thor. And in that comic crossover, it was done by Todd McFarlane, he had the rights to produce it through Spawn's publisher. He created the character of Angela as Thor's sister. And so he continued to use Angela in the comics because he created her. Marvel sued him and took the rights to Angela, and they didn't really use her a whole lot, but for some reason they started using her and she ended up in this game. So yeah, literally like the few Image Marvel characters. So yeah, she's in this game. They have Angela. And thank you so much for that follow. I super appreciate that. I was in the middle of an explanation. Sorry I didn't recognize it sooner. Oh yeah. I mean, Todd McFarlane got his start as Marvel. He was the guy who created the black suit Spider-Man. That was him. Black suit Spider-Man, that was all him. We are talking all kinds of stuff. I am promoting my subathon April 28th. We're having a huge event. Marathon stream. The stream is starting at 50 hours. And every sub, every follow, every bit adds to the timer. Plus we have massive milestone rewards. So let people know follows add to the timer, you know? So let your new people know. If you got like communities you're in, be like, hey, follow this guy on April 28th. It'll add to that timer. If we hit 1,000 followers during that stream, because we're so close, guys. We're so close. If we hit 1,000 followers during that stream, instantly 24 hours added to the timer. But yeah, we're going through the roster right now for my buddy Geek Devotions. He has not seen the full roster for the... He's seen me play the game. He has not seen the full roster. So we got playable characters. Angela. Sorry for the tangent on Angela. That's just something I found really interesting. I was super surprised when I saw her in there. I had to look it up. Because I thought she was a Spawn character. I didn't realize she was the sister of Thor, canonically, when they created her. But yeah, so we have Angela, Ant-Man, Beast, Black Bolt, Black Cat, Black Panther, Black Widow, Blade, Cable, Captain America, Captain Marvel, Colossus, Cyclops, Daredevil.
Doom shall endure the torment of waiting once.
Oh yeah, so did I. I was a beta founder. I played this game since it was in beta. I was one of the founder packs. Not the deluxe founder packs. I got one of the small founder packs because I'm a poor guy. But yeah, I was a beta member and a founder. I was super hyped for it. So, but yeah, Daredevil, Deadpool, Doctor Doom, Doctor Strange, Elektra, Emma Frost, Gambit, Ghost Rider, Green Goblin, Hawkeye, Hulk, Human Torch, Iceman, Invisible Woman, Iron Fist, Iron Man, Jean Grey, Juggernaut, Kitty Pryde, Loki, Luke Cage, Magic, Magneto, Mr. Fantastic, Moon Knight, Nick Fury, Nightcrawler, Nova, Psylocke, Punisher, Rocket Raccoon, Rogue, Scarlet Witch, She-Hulk, Silver Surfer, Carnage, Spider-Man, Squirrel Girl, Star-Lord, Storm, Taskmaster, Thing, Thor, Ultron, Venom, Vision, War Machine, Winter Soldier, Wolverine, and X-23. It's Betsy. Betsy Bardock, in the mind of the Asian woman. This is before the split ever happened. So it's the OG Psylocke. Yeah, she's pretty fun to play. She's got some really cool abilities. Yeah, it's Betsy in the mind of Asian lady still. It's OG Psylocke. The team up heroes, the team up roster is Captain America, Captain America. So with the heroes, let me show you this real quick. With the heroes, you have a costume slot, and that costume slot can actually change your character. Totally missed that storyline. I know, right? That's exactly what caught me up on it too. I saw that in Marvel Rivals. I was like, wait, what? I haven't followed the comics in years, so stuff like that has blown me away. Yeah, I did not expect them to split Psylocke into two people. I always thought Psylocke was going to be Psylocke. That was so left field for me. Yeah, no, I haven't played this game off stream. I've got a couple characters leveled up to like 5, 10. Loki is my farthest one at 34, and we're just going through the story for the stream. I haven't really played it off stream. Yet, but there's a couple reasons for that, which I'll get into here in a minute. So. But yeah, so characters have a costume slot, and that costume slot can actually change who they are. There are enhanced costumes, which change their voice lines, change some of their abilities around, like visually their abilities, not mechanically their abilities. But it will visually change their abilities and change their voice lines and stuff like that. Loki actually has one of those enhanced costumes. He has Lady Loki. So, of course, they had a female do the voice lines for that. Another example is Thor has a Beta Ray Bill costume that changes his lines to and voice actor to a character portraying Beta Ray Bill. The Carnage, even though these are in alphabetical order, Carnage was all the way down in the S's because they have him in the Spider Carnage outfit. It's an enhanced outfit and gives him voice lines from when he was like attached to one of the Spider-Men, as opposed to just Carnage. So there are a couple of characters like that that have enhanced costumes. The team-up heroes do not have a costume slot, so the team-up heroes have, like in this case, two Captain Americas: Captain America Classic, Captain America from the MCU. Oh yeah, the game, when it was active and under development, was insane with what they gave you. I just read off that roster, it's like 63 playable characters or something like that. Like legitimately, like 62 or 63 playable characters. And so team-ups, they give you variants. Instead of having like Captain America team-up and then costumes for the team-up, they just give you different Captain America team-ups. So Captain America and Captain America. Carnage, Clea, Doctor Doom, and Doctor Doom. So I just wanted to explain that before I start going through the roster and you're wondering why there's multiples of each character. So the team-ups have a lot of characters. It has some playable characters, like Captain America, but then it has a lot of characters that they considered to be not fleshed out enough to get their own full character with skill tree and personalities, so they made them team-up characters, which the team-up characters have a much lesser skill list and stuff like that. So they have Agent 13, which was the Sharon Carter from the MCU, Agent Coulson. Agent Venom, I would argue 100% has the ability to be a playable character, but he wasn't prioritized. They were coming out with other characters ahead of him, so they made him a team-up character because people really wanted him in the game. That was their concession since they couldn't make him playable yet. Angel, Arachne, Archangel, Beta Ray Bill, Brood Wolverine, Captain America, Carnage, Clea, Doctor Doom, Doctor Strange, Domino, Drax, Guardian of the Galaxy Volume 2. They did a lot of MCU skins. One thing about this game that was actually really awesome is when they did the MCU skins, Disney actually gave them, like, the models for the characters. Like Iron Man, the suitcase armor from Iron Man 2 where he pulls out that briefcase and like that's one of the costumes in the game. Iron Man has like more costumes than any other character in this game. He's literally got like 50 costumes. It's nuts. I can show those off to you here in a minute when I'm done with the roster. Falcon Civil War, Firestar, Frankencastle, Gamora from Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, Ghost Rider, the one that was Robbie Reyes, which, as far as I know, started in the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. series. I don't know if he was in the comics before that or not. I wasn't paying attention to the comics. Oh yeah, they put a ton of effort in the game. Yeah, exactly. David Brevik, he was on the Diablo team. They actually changed this game up so much from when it started. When it started, it was so much more of a Diablo 2 clone. You had the full 3 tree system. You had so many power points every level. It was much different when it started than what it was after, 3-4 years of updates. Super different. It's still very Diablo, but it has some very unique mechanics regardless. So, yeah, it makes sense for him to have so many things. Yeah. Groot, Holiday Groot. It's actually Groot with Christmas lights. It's pretty funny. Hydra Double Agent, Havoc from the X-Men, Hollow Wolverine from the Hollow Simulator, Howard the Duck, Iron Man Mark II armor, Jessica Jones, Jubilee, King Thor, Magic from the Phoenix Force, Medusa, Miles Morales Spider-Man, Baron Mordo, Miss Marvel, Old Man Logan, Pirate Deadpool, Punisher, Dead Winter, Quake, Quicksilver, Rachel Cole Alves Punisher, Rescue, Shield Agent, Shield Support, the Helicarrier, Sam Wilson, the Captain America Falcon, She-Hulk, Spider-Gwen, Spider-Man, Black Suit Spider-Man, Spider-Woman, Spider-Woman Shield skin, Sunspot, Deadpool, the Deadpool Kid, Wasp, and Wolverine, the X-Force Wolverine. So, not quite as many team-up characters as playable characters, but pretty close. Then you have, costumes. Yeah, like Angela has one costume. Angela was one of the last characters released before the game got shut down. So they didn't have any time to make more than just the one outfit for Angela. Same for Beast, only has the one additional outfit. Yeah, no, that's a ton of characters. A ton of playable characters and a ton of team-up characters. Not to mention the characters that are just straight-up villains that you fight in this game. The game has 10 chapters of story, plus it's got raids, and it's got the X-Men, X-Mansion defense, and it's got some patrol areas where you go like patrol Midtown Manhattan, you go patrol the Jersey docks, you go, which are basically just like open world areas where random events happen. There's like tons of endgame specialty things as well as just the story. And they all have different characters in them. You have like Kingpin, Bullseye, Elektra, the Magneto, who's a playable character, is also a villain. Doctor Doom was the original endgame villain when the game came out, but they added additional story after that. So he's like not, I think he was like the chapter 7 villain. Like chapter 7 was the end of the game when it came out, and now it's up to chapter 10. What was it? Mr. Sinister is an enemy in the game. Green Goblin is an enemy in the game. Juggernaut, Venom, and a lot of these are like playable characters, but there's a ton of like Sentinels are in the enemies you fight. You fight Sentinels, you fight Mole Man, you fight like I'm trying to, my mind's pulling a blank right now, and I'm thinking of like the main villains, which we've all seen. I just went through and did the hand chapter, so there's Gorgon in Madripoor. You've got Gorgon in the Hollow Sim. You actually end up fighting like a simulated version of the Hulk. It's like tons and tons of characters added in as enemies that you never actually play as, but you just fight them. So like the character roster in this game, both playable and non-playable, is immense. But yeah, so like here's Black Bolt, again, only one costume. Black Cat I think has 2 costumes. Black Panther has a couple of costumes. So you see these are, Black Panther has about a dozen costumes. Some of them are pretty cool. Some of them are reskins. Like here's an enhanced Black Panther, which is Shiori, Black Panther's sister when she became the Panther. Lady Black Panther. So again, it's marked as enhanced because it's technically an alt character, but same things. Alright, yeah, that's fair, that's fair. You dipped. I wasn't paying attention. There's so much to show off in this game. It's nuts. Enjoy dinner, my guy. I'm going to be streaming like all night, so I don't know if you'll get the chance to come back on or not, but if you do, I'll be here. If not, have a good dinner. I'm pretty sure you're already gone. If you're not already gone, tell Celeste I said, hey, how you doing? Let's set that off to the side and actually get to playing for real. We are Summoner Loki, so we're gonna send our clones out after everybody.
Belongs to Doom.
You ask the impossible. Is there any goal I cannot
Level 35. Boom. Is there a main game I usually stream? No, I tend to do a variety of stuff. I don't really have a main game. I'm waiting for the Pal World achievements to get fixed. Right now, Pal World is not tracking achievements. I've like completed that game a dozen times, it feels like. And they had their last update, and I can't complete the last update because it's not counting achievements. So I put that one on full hold. I've got a ton of games I need to finish. I need to finish World of Final Fantasy Maxima. That was an interesting game. That's a game you haven't gotten around to yet. It's fun. It really is. An interesting take on things. Fun gameplay. Even though the characters are clear rip-offs, it's still a very fun system. I'll wait. Welcome to combat.
You can't defeat humanity.
Alright, ads are done. Yeah, no. Pal World is, despite the blatant copycat, is a very fun game. It's got an interesting take to it and a fun mix of mechanics that I'm surprised no one's really kind of worked with before.
Where did I go wrong?
I still need to go back, like even the Division. I love that game, but even that I still need to go back and finish. Just because I wish I had a team for it, but I don't. I've been running it solo, so leveling things up, like leveling up the underground, has been a pain. And there's some multiplayer achievements that I just don't have the ability to get. But yeah, I go back and play, like I'll play, there's a couple of games, like I've been trying to complete some of the hardcore things in Diablo 2, including reaching max level with a hardcore character. That's one of the challenges I've been running. I've been playing, I played Final Fantasy 11 for a long while, but I haven't touched it recently. It's one I would like to get back to. The Final Fantasy 15 was one I need to go back and do, like the end game stuff. I've got to go back and finish the vaults that are the end game vaults, and I need to do some of the end game bosses. And I need to go back and do like chapter Prompto, chapter Gladios, and stuff like that. I need to finish up, or another game I go back to kind of off and on is Warframe. I've got most of the achievements in Warframe. There's a couple of those I still need to go back and pick up. And it's a fun game to just go back and like harvest primes and grind and just senseless fun. So been wanting to get back into 14. Since they released 14 on console, I have it, but I haven't had a chance to mess with it or get into it. It was one a couple of people had said, hey, let's do this, and then we never did. So it's one that I plan to start, but haven't started yet. So much for Sentinels. Take that. But yeah, so one of the things, and what I was saying about not really kind of leveling up a whole lot in this game right now, I've got that subathon coming up, and some of the goals for that, some of the milestones, is if we hit a high enough milestone, usually rotate seasons on Path of Exile, Last Epoch, stuff like that. Yeah. Not Path of Exile is super fun. I haven't played Last Epoch. I do some of those multiplayer things. I try to avoid PvP as much as possible. I don't really do like Call of Duty or stuff like that. I will do co-op and multiplayer stuff. Do MMOs. I do a lot of story stuff. Division story campaign, Division Underground. Final Fantasy games. For the subathon that I'm doing on April 28th, 2 weeks from tomorrow, is the release day for Clair Obscure Expedition 33. We're playing that game start to finish all the way through for the subathon. There's a lot of goals on the subathon list that are me doing other games. One of them is to go through, and I played them back in the PlayStation 2 era, but go back and play Final Fantasy X, Final Fantasy X-2, Final Fantasy IX, because they're all on current gen consoles. They're on Steam and they're on Xbox and stuff like that. So going through and running those games again, going through, and one of them is going through Marvel Heroes and cosmic prestiging every character on the roster. That's another goal on the subathon. Reaching max level with every character in Final Fantasy XI, which Final Fantasy XI, I think I've got like 2/3 of the roster maxed out. So go through and max out the other character classes. It could take a while, but I tend to hardcore things. This game was one. When this game was out originally, I think I had half the roster Cosmic Prestige before the game shut down. It took me a long time to prestige my first character because I played Deadpool before he got his character update as a part of the biggest update ever, and he was considered one of the worst characters to play as. And so he was my first Cosmic Prestige. And after that, it, ticked off, and I got through like half the roster. Your favorite gen of console? It was an awesome generation. It really was. Yeah, PS2 was an awesome console generation. But one big thing about this game and trying to prestige every hero as a reward is, and it's something that we would discuss as a chat, but this game is not fully out yet. It's in 0.6.0 right now. And once it hits 1.0, the game has said they're going to wipe the servers of player progression. So everybody's going to get reset back to 0 when it hits the 1.0 full release. Once the game is fully back up, they're going to start everybody over. So the question is, since that's still got a while to go, do we try and push that reward prestige every character to Cosmic before that happens. And if it does happen, I get screwed over in the middle of it and have to start over. Or I succeed and get it done before the game resets. Or do we wait until the game resets before we do that? Because there are a ton of other gaming goals on there as well. So we could do some of those other goals and hold this one off until it's actually done. There's goals on there for Dungeons and Dragons and other stuff like that. So, yeah, no, I would too. That's kind of why I'm going slow and not really rushing it right now. Is because personally, I would wait for the full release. I'm having fun with it right now, but I'm going to wait for the full release before I push anything. That said, it would be a challenge to try and do it before everything resets. And that's a challenge chat might want to see. And if they want me to do it after having earned that goal, I'd be willing to do that. So exactly. That's how I am. So that's exactly where I'm at with it. But if chat earns that, then chat earns that. I can't say a single thing against it, you know. This is the slums of the city. Why is there a fancy car dealership in the city slum?
I must suffer for my cause. I have been led astray.
Rim Dawn. I don't know. It sounds familiar, but I'm not recognizing the name. Really good old school ARPG in ways of Diablo 2, Champions of North and stuff like that. It's really good. I probably have. Like I said, the name sounds familiar. I'm just not remembering it right now. So honestly, I really got into the Vampire Survivors game and like the gameplay styles like that. I have the Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. I have Death Must Die. There was another one. It's kind of like that. I've got a couple of those style games. Like those I'm having a lot of fun with.
The impossible.
You're the impossible. Oh, I've already done this one.
I still believe. Doom possesses total mastery of the diabolical.
I still believe.
There's a treasure room down this way. Super Villain Showdown.
I've been led astray.
Yes, you have been led astray. Lady Deathstrike. Let's get it. Found Lady Deathstrike's base. Be careful. Not sure this place crawling. Or I'm sure this place crawls with purifiers and revenants. Or reavers, sorry.
Where did I go wrong? You asked the impossible.
Are you gonna move? I was clicking on people and he just wasn't moving. I don't know what that was with the input lag.
You'll get yours someday.
I didn't realize they changed up her model when they changed up this thing. It's kind of cool, actually. I only got a brief glimpse of it there while she was in that cutscene, but yeah, they absolutely changed up her model.
This could only end thus.
Wait, you actually took that lead? Okay. Yeah, they changed up her model. Say go.
Perhaps we are natural allies after all.
Oh yeah, big Baldur's Gate 3 fan. That's another one that I need to... I've only made it to the end of Chapter 2. I haven't finished that one. So that is also on the list of, you know, hey, if we reach these goals, I will stop and just play this game. You know? It's another thing I'm trying to... Because I do need to sit down and finish it, so those kind of goals are going to like force me to sit down and finish these things. The next patch is coming on Tuesday? Interesting. Achievement earned. Affluent. What? Loot 100,000 credits. Okay. Give us another coffer of achievement. We got 25 coffers of achievements just sitting there. They're adding a new subclass for every class. That is freaking awesome. See, they've added so much stuff. That's another reason why... Like, I restarted several times when I played the game. Just because of... like, one, starting a multiplayer campaign with a friend that we never finished. And... you know, getting caught up in multiple playthroughs. Having updates... And so I'm going to start fresh, start clean, and start from zero. And yeah, hopefully finally actually run through the game. Same, I had like 4 different campaigns too. What's your go-to class?
How clever of me to find this. I still believe.
You and I got a lot in common. Warlock. Warlock or Cleric is my fallback, but usually Warlock every time. So another thing that I've done on the stream in the past, is play solo D&D with ChatGPT as the Dungeon Master. People had a lot of fun with that. And so one of the goals is to start that back up again. Another goal is there is a live play group. They actually just put a pause on things for a while. But there's a live play group called Playing Games with Strangers. And I set this up. They literally just, like, a couple weeks ago, like 2 or 3 weeks ago, decided to put a pause on what they're doing because people are running into issues. Life is happening. And people are just taking a step back for a moment. But there's a... Yeah, use ChatGPT. It will create a full story for you. And it understands the mechanics well enough to play either light or strict D&D. I went through and I was tasked with investigating a robbery to find out who done it and retrieve the item. And I was given 3 suspects to investigate and points of interest to investigate. You know, the place where it happened and file storage, stuff like that. And it ended up being that I was rolling so high on, like, charisma checks and intimidation checks and stuff like that, I never ended up fighting a single fight. And the one time where a fight was possible, we prepared enough and set things up enough that no fight happened. So, in the story, I had my suspicion set on one guy and questioned him, and he was super suspicious. questioned another guy, the second guy, and thought, okay, the second guy's clean. But he had a weird tell, and so when he was away, I searched his desk and found incriminating evidence. So I'm like, okay, incriminating evidence with this guy, and this other guy also has incriminating evidence. I confronted each of them individually. Like, I brought both of them into the interrogation room provided by the head, whatever, I forget what her title was, like the head mage of the magistrate or something like that, provided me with, like, I had jurisdiction to command a couple of troops, and if they needed anything, they're like, yeah, whatever you need, let me know and we'll work it out. And so they gave me an interrogation room, and I brought these people in individually, and I questioned them, and both of them said, hey, I was coerced by the third suspect, who the third suspect seemed completely clean. But both of them were like, we were coerced by the third suspect to doing this for them because of this, and that's why they had the incriminating evidence on them. And so I went in and we're like, okay, according to these people, this is what's going on, and this is who's really in charge of it, and they're dangerous. So we created, because we had advanced warning and she didn't know we were on to her, this third subject, we created a task force, and we basically went in like mystical fantasy SWAT. We set up a task force. We got a couple of guards, and we got a couple of mages from the school, and the mages had dispel magic and counterspell prepped, and the guards had anti-magic restraints. And so we went in at like 3 in the morning to this person's dormitory or whatever, like they're dwelling within this confine, disabled any magical seals they had while they were asleep, picked the door open, went in, and while they were asleep, we manacled them with the anti-magic cuffs, and we black bagged them, and like full-on special ops, black bag them, take them to interrogation. It's like not a single fight happened in the entire thing because I was rolling so high with like intimidation checks on the other people. And that last stage, because we planned it out, they didn't hear anything. Nothing alerted them. We disabled their wards. We just went in and straight, CIA, SWAT team, black bagged them and booked it out. It was hysterical. And so, I mean, like, super fun. And so, yeah. And so going back to Chat GPT, D&D games is on the list of things to bring back should we reach high enough goals. And another one, though, is, like I said, that actual play. Playing games with strangers is an actual play group that just recently paused what they were doing. But before they paused, I'm friends with the DM and a couple of the players, and the DM had agreed as part of the subathon, one of the goals when you hit a high enough level, they will host on my channel a one-shot D&D campaign with, for me and a couple of guests. So there's going to be a guest stream of actual play D&D on this channel should we hit that milestone. There's like a ton of stuff on there. So I'm going to be... Follow my socials. All the links are below. The command is listed there in the stream title to see my links. They're also posted randomly from the bot. But if you follow my socials, Instagram and Twitter and Facebook and stuff like that, I'm going to be posting. Again, it's 2 weeks away, so I'm going to start posting it like regularly. I've been bad about it recently. I'm going to post about it at least every day. The upcoming subathon, and I'm going to post the goals, and I'm going to post all that stuff. So, by all means, keep an eye on that stuff. We got a ton of super fun activities, and I'm hoping people are excited by it as much as I am. Don't mean to sound like a broken record about things, but it is kind of important to me. I'm hoping to be able to move someplace a lot better. And hoping to be able to get a bunch of things sorted out. And so, like, the big thing is I'm really hoping, like I said, to move.
You'll get yours someday.
You have no hope.
I must suffer for my cause.
I don't know about your cause, but you're going to suffer, all right. If bound, please call number. What? Hey, thank you so much for that follow. Super appreciate that. Oh, there it is. It just popped up. Obtain child's backpack from ruined projects. I was like, what is popping up?
You possessing total mastery of the diabolical.
You can't defeat humanity!
Why did you sound like a... Hey, hey! How you doing? How you doing? Again, I don't know about your cause, but I am sure gonna make you suffer, that's for sure.
Suffer for all eternity! Where did I go wrong?
Got another X-Man enjoyer among us. Damn straight I stopped the patrols. Oh, Mega Sentinel's out here now. Okay. You say that, but I bet I can. I mean, humanity's doing a good job defeating itself, so I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, buddy, road work ahead. Marvel Heroes, when the game was in the beta stage, I made the name, joined Twitch, won a beta key. Didn't get the key. I did get into the beta. I did get into beta. Some site had a weekend invite. I never gone away. Got to play in beta when it was running till the game launched. Yeah. Nope, I started this game up in beta too. I started the game when it was in beta, played it up until the game closed. I was one of the early founders, and I am super hyped to see it coming back. Like, super hyped. This was one of my top 5 games of all time. Mostly because I love Diablo 2. I like that gameplay style. And I am a massive Marvel fanboy. I love Marvel. Particularly the X-Men. So for me, this game fantastic. So I'm super hyped to see that someone's bringing it back. Someone is reviving this awesome thing. It's three Summers Brothers code names. Played the game in beta till close to. Yeah, X-Men's always been home. Played the hell out of the X-Men Legends games. Also a fan of the Summers family in the comics. Yeah, no, the X-Men was my #1 go-to. I have the Marvel's Ultimate Alliance games. I actually played those. Played the first game all the way through on stream. Because I was lucky enough that when they brought back, for a limited time, they put the game back on sale for modern console. And I was lucky enough to, in that brief window, pick up the Marvel's Ultimate Alliance 1 and 2 collection off of the store on Xbox. So I have both games for modern console. And so I played through the first game on stream back in January. So...
You seek the assistance of a superior being.
Ranger's insignia. That's the first insignia I think I've found. Go-to strat for leveling the last few levels. Potion boost up and rush Midtown or one of the other patrol zones. Yeah, there's I just found out today how to keep up infinite potions more or less. I wasn't aware of it because this is only the second time I've played it. And it's not something they readily tell you in the game. So it's something that thankfully a friend of mine who also plays this game let me know about. I mean, There possibly is, but the thing with Midtown is that it scales with you, or, well, any of the patrol zones. They scale with you, and they are infinite spawning, so it's just quick to rush through and...
You can't defeat humanity. Where did I go wrong? I still believe.
Wait, how's what? Which part of that were you commenting on? I'm sorry. I said a bunch of stuff. You mean the infinite potions thing? So you can actually exchange your eternity splinters because they give you all the heroes. You can exchange your eternity splinters for G's. And since one of the potions in the in-game store is an Eternity Splinter potion, 100 Eternity Splinters gives you 1,000 Gs. So you can go ahead and get Eternity Splinter potions to buy more Eternity Splinters, and then buy XP potions with all the extra Eternity Splinters. Ultimate Alliance 3 was 100% a cash grab. That's all that it was. I own a Switch, and I got picked up Ultimate Alliance 3. It was not a good game. There was actually a Facebook game for Marvels back in the day. Back when Facebook had games on it. And it was a pretty good, pretty solid game. I really enjoyed it, and I'm still friends with some people that used to run a guild on there. Fantastic game.
How clever of me to find
but there were some like mobile Facebook style game or mechanics and lore from that game that Ultimate Alliance 3 brought into its gameplay, like the ISO 8 stuff and like upgrading your it was like Ultimate Alliance 1 was a fantastic game. I give it like an 8.5, 9 out of 10. Like, it's seriously an up there game. And Ultimate Alliance 2 was good. I didn't think the story was as entertaining as the first one. And while I love the character updates and I love the power, like combining your heroes' power-ups, I didn't like some of the other limitations. Like, I liked the costumes and the fact that your costumes had unique upgrades to them in the first game. And they didn't do that in the second game. The second game, you only got like one alternate costume, and it had no effect on your character. So there were a lot of things I didn't think were as impressive I didn't think there were, things that impressive with it. Even though I do like a lot of the characters that they added to it. So, first Ultimate Alliance was like an 8.5, 9 out of 10. Second Ultimate Alliance was like a 7.5 out of 10. It was still a really good game, but I think the story wasn't as good and it was missing some key features from the first game. The third Ultimate Alliance was like a 3 out of 10 at best. It had good characters in it, but gameplay mechanics, all that's not. Hey, thank you so much for that follow. I don't know what's going on right now, but I am loving this. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. X-Men Legends, I never got to play that one myself. That was before I was able to really like invest in games on my own dime. So I didn't get a chance to try that one. But I do know it was the precursor to the Ultimate Alliance games in a very similar format. So I'm definitely giving it high praise regardless. I'd love to get my hands on a copy if I could. Midnight Suns, I think, was really good. Honestly. I'm sorry that one didn't get the attention it deserved. I think Midnight Suns was fantastic. Both X-Men Legend games you like very much. Yes. Exclamation point store. Convert X. And X is however many splinters you want to convert. And one splinter is 10 Gs. So, 100 splinters is 1,000 Gs. Exclamation point store. Convert X. Another game I 100%ed, I still got it sitting here. What you guys think about X-Men Destiny? I have so many things to say about this game. I could have swore there was another. Do this one. What's this one? Yeah, it's the burning building. I could have swore I saw another one over here that got covered up. Hey, thank you so much for that follow. Super appreciate it. So much love happening today. You guys are amazing. No, we came in here already. We came in here already. Yeah, I think we might have hit every location. Let's come over here real quick. Trying to hit the treasure rooms just because you get those achievements and those achievement coffers. It's worth snagging those.
You will not escape.
How are you not letting me just teleport through there? Warlock Underground. You pre-ordered it, your copy never came to the store, you got it from... Wow. So the story is an interesting story. And I love the fact that you get to choose your path in that game. But it's a super short story. And they want you to like replay it multiple times in order to like unlock everything to master your character. And some of the fights in there are decently challenging. But I love the way they set up how customizable your character is. That game did a lot to really let you build your own character and create your own power set. Yeah, physically winning Blade out of a vending machine. That's what I was saying earlier, is I just played through the first Ultimate Alliance game, because I was lucky enough, it was for like 6 months or a year, they brought it back on sale. And then immediately, because of whatever rights issues, it got delisted again fairly quickly. And so when they announced it was going back on sale, I picked up a copy of it for current gen consoles. I think it was a couple of years back, so it was before the Series X PS5 release. I was able to pick up a copy of it, and so it was Ultimate Alliance 1 and 2 together with the DLC for Xbox. So I just back in January for the new year played through the first Ultimate Alliance game again. It was super fun. Not sure which way is the correct way, but as far as that is going, I'm thinking it might be a direct way, so let's go a different direction. But yeah, there were a couple of interesting character grabs like that. So it's a fun game. I really did enjoy the first Ultimate Alliance. It was fantastic.
Where did I go wrong?
You will not escape. You can't defeat humanity. I have been led astray.
Who's my favorite character? Oh my god, I can't really answer that. It's so hard to answer. I mean, I can give you my favorite team. 100% the X-Men is my go-to, but as far as just favorite character, there's too many. Like, this game did a good job of making all of them really fun. I mean, when I played this game back when it was live, I cosmic prestiged half of the characters in here. So Daredevil is your boy. No shame there. Like, so many of the characters in this game, they did a fantastic job creating. You're close to having all his title cosmics. Omnibus. His title comics. And Omnibus. Not insanely expensive singles. Yeah, the X-Men were my favorite. Let me... Hold on. Give me a moment here. I'll show you guys. Since we're all Marvel fans in this stream right now, I'll show you guys something cool. I'll show off some of my collection. Let me hop into this treasure room. So I say safe, but there's no real, like, danger in this game. Give me just a second, guys, to get a couple things set up here. And most of the regulars in my stream, I've shown this stuff off before, so a lot of them have already seen it. But I think you guys will all have a healthy appreciation for this. Put this on before I turn this on. Fix the lighting here just a bit. Do this and actually show the apartment off here. It's messy. Please forgive that. Yeah, that backlighting just ruins everything. Let me. I unfortunately don't have a light on this other side except for the ones that I've already just turned on. That should be, yeah, that's pretty good. That should be good enough. So I do have Deadpool. Not just Deadpool.
Hola. Gracias por comprar la versión en español de Deadpool Head de Hasbro.
Yep, he said it.
Ooh. From the look at this place, I get the feeling I'm not the first severed head you've taken home.
Fully animatronic talking Deadpool head. Fun.
Sup? Come here.
That's just the tip of the iceberg. I've got the X-Men, the animated series omnibus comic. I had this comic book back in the day when I was a kid. When they did the Reborn series back in the 90s, they had the three comic that the covers came together, X-Men Reborn 1, 2, and 3, where they came together to make that huge picture. I found that exact same X-Men print from that cloth fabric print from the Marvel store. I got this from the Marvel store at the Skytree in Tokyo, Japan. When I went there back in 2023. X-Men novel. X-Men Mutant Empire. Print date. 1996. This is something I found secondhand. It's in kind of rough condition, but I got better than pizza pockets, man. I got pizza. Have a slice. Got plenty. Deadpool kills the Marvel Universe because why not? But the current two centerpieces to my nerd collection on display right here. Just for context, I'm 6'4". I'm not a small person. Let's see. Back in the 90s, it was hinted to Cyclops and Havoc having a third brother. But before the story was told, the writer left the book like 10 years later or so. A new writer made a whole new character and made him the third Summers brother when he was later in 2021. A new X-Men Legend series came out of the books. Original idea, the third brother, who was Adam X or Extreme, is a half-brother. Mutant Empire, you have the trilogy books. Nice. Yeah, no, they made Eric the Red one of the Summers brothers too. I remember that. The Weapon X novel is so good. So yeah. Boom. Again, I'm 6'4". This book is almost as big as my torso. Deadpool, the Adamantium collection. This comic is insane. I mean, it's a book. Like 2 inches thick. It's a tome. It's a tome. And I said pieces. I have the Deadpool one. X-Men, the Adamantium collection. Boom. Now, I picked these up at a convention. When I did, let me show this off to you guys. This is why these books are the pride of my collection. This book in particular, which is why Deadpool, I just kind of pulled it out enough to show you how thick it was, how big it is. This is a... Again, I'm 6'4". I'm not small. This is huge. When I was at the convention where I picked this comic book up, there was Lorna Zane, the voice of Rogue from the animated series. And not only was she there, so was Michael Golden, the artist who created Rogue. So they both have autographed this book. Lorna Zane's is a personal autograph. Michael Golden just did his generic autograph. Lorna Zane customized it for me. If you guys go to my redeems, there is a Rogue redeem. That's actually her promoting my channel. This is kind of cool. Tribal Wolverine stainless steel mug. You can't get this anywhere. My sister actually custom commissioned this for me as a Christmas present one year. I do have a lot of D&D stuff. I just got done earlier explaining some D&D. I do primarily play 5th edition, yes. I did earlier mention some D&D related things going on in the stream. I've got a subathon starting 2 weeks from Monday on the 28th. Day 1 release for Claire Obscura Expedition 33. Looks like a fantastic, wonderful game. RPG, heavily influenced and in the vein of the old school Final Fantasy style JRPGs. We're going to play that day 1. And the timer is going to start out for the subathon at 50 hours. Two of the goals I have on the channel in the past, I've actually done solo D&D with ChatGPT, and people loved it. And so one of the goals is to bring that back to the channel again a little bit more frequently, as well as I am friends with the dungeon master for a live play series. The group is called Playing Games with Strangers. I'm friends with the DM and a couple of the players, and the DM has agreed to, if we hit certain milestone, he will DM a one-shot on our channel for me and a couple of guests that I'm going to bring in as well. So we've got some D&D rewards coming up for that, among other things. So that's awesome luck. Huge Final Fantasy VII fan. My wife and I go to Otakon every year, anime convention in DC. I am familiar with it. Last year, there were a lot of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth panels. Be the director and producer and stuff. Nice. Marvel has a new role-playing game called Marvel Multiverse. Uses a 3D6 system, calling the 616 system the middle dice. Needs to be different color and one of the special score. Nice. Yeah, no, I know they've come out with a couple of superhero themed ones, and I heard Marvel was coming out with one, but I hadn't seen anything on it. Of course, I haven't really looked that hard recently. I've been really preoccupied with stuff, but yeah, this whole section right here is all D&D books. There's a couple more up here, some more down here. I have the first Chronicles of Exandria art book, as well as Critical Role Vox Machina Origins Series 1 and 2 right there. I have Hellsing, the first 3 volumes of Hellsing. TMNT Ronin 1 and 2. I've got the entire... I have the entire James Butcher Dresden Files series back here. I have a couple other comic books, Dawn, Ultra Girl, stuff like that, some random stuff. My only Funko Pops, which I don't think you can see them the way this is sitting. Yeah. Right here, literally right there, those ones. And there's a couple more. I only have 4 Funko Pops. That's it, just the 4. And it's the Golden Girls, so you know it's classic. But I've got stuff from all over. You have all the Marvel RPG books, but no one else seems interested locally. That's the thing with me too. Where I live, I can't find people. That's a problem. Like it really is a problem. There's a surprisingly. I don't live in a very big town. Despite that, there are actually quite a few game stores. The problem is there's only a handful of customers for each game store, and they all have their preferences. And those people have dedicated groups already a part of, so none of them want to start up any new groups. And so, yeah, something like that does not get a lot of traction around here either. Dynasty Warriors is another franchise that I love. And I have this and this. So this folding fan of one of the characters from Dynasty Warriors. And this, you can see the Dynasty Warriors, the Koei Tecmo emblem there. And inside this, it's a planner. Adjust that. So this, it's a planner. I've got a lot of stuff in here. Hold on. But it's got a lot of artwork from Dynasty Warriors, Samurai Warriors, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and other bits of Koei Tecmo's game. There's that. All throughout this notebook. It's actually really, really cool. There's Dead or Alive. It was the Chengdu and Hong Kong Metro Guide. Because this I picked up in China. I got this and the fan from a Koei Tecmo presentation when I went to China Joy and plenty of D&D players, a good thing, but not much for other genres of RPG. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And pardon me. I am hoping that's something that changes here soon. With a lot of what's going on in the Hasbro D&D space, it seems like D&D itself, like to the 2024 system, did not come off well at all. And their virtual tabletop system that they're trying to push through D&D Beyond is also going very badly. And they have removed and fired and released almost every single dev that they had on the team. So there's only a very small handful, couple of people working on it. Not enough to actually progress the project. So it's in a kind of a stalemate at the moment. And it is not in a good state at all. And most of the lead creative designers for Dungeons and Dragons have recently left the company. They've gone. They've left. They're done. And there have been a lot of things coming out recently, and from other companies and other people. And so, with people really being interested in D&D right now, but the market kind of crashing around it, there's a lot of hope that people will start to filter into those other RPG genres and give other TTRPGs a shot. So hopefully it picks up the market and we'll see some interesting stuff out there. yeah, people definitely still care about the game, but the company itself is getting run into the ground quite ridiculously by Hasbro. And so hopefully, hold on, let me turn this off. Hopefully, it leads to growth in the rest of the market. You know, it gives the rest of the TTRPG market time to grow. Hopefully, with the um, with the popularity and the influence of Critical Role and other groups, you know, hopefully Critical Role's Daggerheart system or other systems get a chance to get displayed and thrive. Yeah, D&D is still really popular. I think people are kind of afraid to touch into some of those other genres as well, just because they look intimidating because you have book upon book upon book of rules and
Perhaps we are natural allies
things, you know, and I don't think they are problematic myself, but I think that it can frighten inexperienced players who don't know. I think it can intimidate them. They're like, oh, I invested in dice and figures and books for this thing. I'm
What a wonderful smell
worried about having to change that, so.
Do you know where we're going, Wolverine?
Yeah, he always knows where he's going.
Just follow the nose. Ugh, today is not a good day to have super mutant senses.
Stryker's purifiers are right there.
Sup?
There it is. This is a church.
Wow, they are cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Shh. We're not alone.
Like, in the universe?
Where is the Church of Purification, Logan?
Follow me. Stay close.
Hey, happy to do it. Thank you so much for stopping by and thank you for the follow. I super appreciate it. Again, my socials are linked all over the place. Feel free to follow. I am going to be posting a lot more about that upcoming subathon. We're going to be insanely gaming throughout the month, or throughout that whole event. So please stop by. Help us get the views so that we can get more people. And hopefully we can have a lot more fun from there. I'm always happy to show off my collection and brag on my nerddom. So.
Where did I go?
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are in the game. It was part of the Marvel Comics. And later they retconned that when Daredevil was blinded. Yeah, no, I do know that. Yeah. That's actually what I'm down here looking for right now. Because finding the turtles in the sewer is actually an achievement in the game. And I'm trying to just, while I'm here going through this, pick up the achievements for, you know, getting the treasure rooms, getting the events cleared, and getting the fun little Easter eggs like that. So... I completely forgot about that feature. I might do that. Thank you for reminding me. I need to go through and actually remember what all the gameplay options are. I haven't gone through the options since I restarted playing. That'd be a good thing to do when I clear the next chapter and get back to a hub.
You'll get yours someday.
Oh, scavenger hunt for clues. Yeah, I think I remember something about that in the game back when I first played it way back in the day. Stuff like that I'm going to have to try and remember. Because I legitimately don't remember that stuff. It's been so long since I played it. Oh, there it is. Mutants in a half shell. And one of them is in the rubble over there. One of them's just here in the water. Danger room scenario. Hey, I'll snag that. But yeah, there's just a pile of ooze and a couple of turtles wandering around. Again, even this has been updated from when the game first started. When it first started, it was just a static image. The turtles weren't walking around. And it was just like 4 tiny little turtles next to a pizza box. I don't even remember if there was ooze there. Oh, the demonic assault. This is the one I need to do. First one. Yeah, it did. You get a pizza slice that, when used, gives you +1 fighting, -1 speed. Yeah, it involved the pirate Deadpool team up. Yeah, yeah, no, I remember that whole thing, but yeah, I don't. That was so long ago. I think you ended up unlocking him. If I remember correctly, I think you unlocked him. But I'm trying to remember. It's been so long.
The fates have delivered this into my hands.
You know what? We got time. I'll just look it up. Let's find out the right way. Dude. What? No. How? What? Oh, that's weird. Alright, Marvel Heroes game scavenger hunt. Fortunately, yeah, the hunt for Pirate Deadpool. 9 years ago. Reddit post. Series of secret achievements which rewards the Pirate Deadpool team up. So the series of secret achievements which rewards the Pirate Deadpool team up has been completed. Here are the steps. Thank you at users for steps 4, 5, and 6, and that user for step 7. Make sure you're watching out for the beam of light animation that indicates you got an achievement. If you're looking for other secret achievements hinted at in other patch notes, check out. Okay, so yeah, it's 7 achievements that you have to go through, and at the end of it, you get Pirate Deadpool. So step 1, Whispering Winds. Go to Buccaneer Beach in Chapter 3 as any hero and find the Hydra outpost, northeast side of the map. And use the /listen emote 10 times. You need to be a hero who can use /listen. Of course, Dr. Doom can't use it, so he can't do it. Yeah, I remember when this happened because they would like give you clues in the updates in the bulletins. Step 2, message in a bottle. Defeat a bunch of Hydra enemies on Buccaneer Beach. Chapter 3 is any hero. The award for step 2 gives you message in a bottle. The bottle states the treasure hunt. This is a treasure hunt to uncover pieces of a map. Step 3, Pirate's Treasure Map Fragment 1. Defeat a number of hand ninjas. This person did it in the hand tower in chapter 3. It required multiple run-throughs. You don't have an absolute 100% official confirmation, but a couple of players have reported that it took them approximately 400 ninja defeats. Step 4, Map Fragment Part 2. Defeat enemies in a Green Hood terminal. Step 5, defeat enemies in Norway, Chapter 9. Step 6, defeat enemies in Wakanda, one shot. Step 7, bury treasure, defeat enemies in Chapter 7. Enemies are confirmed to count in both Dinosaur Jungle and Mutated Marsh. Be advised that for some bewildering reason, the reward box spawns your token on the ground instead of in your inventory, so make sure you pick it up. So yeah, there were a couple of like really weird starting ones, and then after that I was just kill, kill, kill in specific areas. So yeah. I remember doing all that stuff. Yeah. I completely forgot about that until you said something. Man. That's a blast from the past right there. Damn. Dude. Okay.
You have no right to exist.
Led astray.
Let's see. Funny part where you hear the noise. I told a couple streamers I hear a noise there, and they laughed at me. When it came out, it was part of how to unlock him. Yeah. People found that out fairly quick, actually. They pieced that stuff together real quick. You get a couple of determined nerds, so they'll get stuff sorted out. Explore Mutant Town. There we go. That's the achievement right there. I still need to finish the other one. The one event in the sewer there that I just never got a chance to find.
How clever of you to find this.
Incursion of the mystical creatures.
I must suffer for my cause.
Demonic Assault. This is the one I need to finish. Yes, there's one down this way.
You ask the impossible.
Yep, when you find the video, yep. Taskmaster's a great one. You know the phone number in there was a real phone number, right? Yeah, I figured. That wasn't like a huge secret, but... Okay, come on, Lauren. Oh wait, I think it was only two. I think we got it. Hold on. Champion and Mutant Town. Defend the shield forward base. Demonic Assault. And the incineration. I did the incineration. I just tried to do the demonic assault. It says it's still going on. But it's not showing me any other things to break. Yeah, it's not counting that demonic assault as done. Oh no.
Silence, you incompetent worm!
Oh, the guy here, his name is the Greater. I didn't even catch that when I killed him a moment ago. The guy over there stomping on turtles.
I must suffer for my cause.
We've already broken the barricades, so we don't need to do that one again.
You can't defeat humanity. I must suffer for my cause. Where did I go wrong? You can't defeat humanity. You'll get yours someday.
How clever of you to fight this.
I have been led astray. I must suffer for my cause.
Come on, give me the demon incursion again.
I have been led astray.
Nope. Okay, come on. Next event, next event.
Where did I go wrong?
$30 seconds. I'm gonna try and get this one event finished, and then we'll head to the next waypoint. Pretty sure there was a waypoint in the church. And once we hit that, we will call it a stream. I came around the long way. Yeah, it's only marking 2 cairns. It's supposedly 3 of them have popped, but only 2 of them are marked. Once the first cairn is done, then it stops tracking them. So this event is glitched. So is the stop the incineration event, because I stopped the incineration, but then it told me to save civilians, and I wasn't counting anything I did as saving civilians. So some of these are just glitched and not working, so that's not my fault. Alright. Like I said, we're going to go ahead and save it here. Call it a stream. We're at the old train yard. at the very end of chapter 5, but still, it's starting to get late. We've been streaming for almost 8 hours, and I have to get up early tomorrow morning. So, unfortunately, yeah, thank you to everybody who came out, all the chatters, all the lurkers, all the new follows. A lot of you guys showed up today. Super appreciate it. Fantastic. I did not expect this. Yeah, thank you, everybody. All the chatters, all the lurkers. Hope you had a good time. Hope you enjoyed it. And I hope to see you for the next one. Love you all, and bye-bye.